Welcome you all to tonight's public hearing. But before we get started, I'd like you to turn off any cell phones or any other electronic devices to avoid any interruption. If anyone's planning on presenting testimony, please sign the sheet in the back of the room. Anyone who wants an opportunity to speak tonight will have the time to do so. Please step up to the podium when it's your turn and make sure you clearly identify yourself for the record before you begin your testimony. We request that you please, I'm going to emphasize this, please keep your testimony to the relevant issues and facts for each application. The relevant issues and facts for each application. Please remember these hearings are to allow for members of the public to speak on issues related to land use applications, not to air grievances about each other or your neighbors. We will not tolerate or allow testimony that is hateful in nature, and I will stop your testimony if it delves into a statement on other people's character. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Tonight is Wednesday, the 14th day of January. The time is 6 o'clock, the time set for the public hearing. Commissioner Daly and myself are present. Commissioner Davidson is currently absent. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
No changes to the agenda. All right. Our first item tonight is unfinished business. I'll accept the motion from the chair, the motion to remove the unfinished business from the table.
Mr. Chairman, I move to remove the unfinished business from the table for consideration.
Second.
We have a second to the motion. All right, you've heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll remove the unfinished business from the table. We will now take up application 2012-01115S-TE Brecken Land Design. We'll have our staff give us a brief report.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, staff is recommending for the board to table this application to your May 13th, 2026 public hearing.
Okay, and is it the application that wants to delay it, or is it just the staff?
It is the applicant that wants to delay
The
it.
application, okay, the applicant wants to delay it. All right, to the 13th day of May. Is there any further discussion? I will accept a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to table application number 201-201-115S-TE Brecken Land Design to May 13th, 2026.
I second the motion.
Okay, the motion is to table this application till May 13th of this year, okay? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Good enough. We'll start with the new business. I will open the public hearing on application 2025-01442-ZC-DA-S-PR, QRS Consulting. The hearing being open, where I'm going to ask Amelia to give us a report. Amelia, go ahead.
One moment. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01442-ZC-DA-S-PR is a zoning ordinance map amendment and development agreement to rezone a property from the rural residential district to the rural urban transition district, as well as a preliminary plat and private road to create a 4-lot subdivision. The property consists of 2 lots located at 1272 South Locust Grove Road and 988 South Locust Grove Road and contain 23.3 acres in the rural residential district. The property is within CUNA's area of impact, and CUNA city limits is within approximately 1 to 2 miles away. Most of the surrounding property is rural residential or agricultural uses. Staff supports the proposed rezone as the City of CUNA's future land use map plans this area to be low-density residential in the future, The proposed rezone to rural urban transition complies with the future land use map, as the 5-acre lot size will allow for redevelopment if the city annexes the property in the future. The proposed subdivision, the Scotland subdivision, will be a replat of 2 existing lots in the Pure Country Estate subdivision and the England subdivision. The subdivision would also have a new private road originating off of South Locust Grove Road and curving upward to serve 3 of the 4 lots in the subdivision. The proposed lot and road design meet county code for subdivision standards and the dimensional standards of the Rural Urban Transition District. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 1,000 feet. Ada County Highway District commented with requested right-of-way dedication, restricting any other direct lot access from Locust Grove Road, and approved the connection of the private road to Locust Grove with standard improvement conditions. Boise Cuna Irrigation District commented that more information is needed regarding the irrigation system, as well as engineer certificates regarding the irrigation, drainage, and water rights. Central District Health is requiring additional information regarding the high season groundwater, which will be determined by groundwater monitoring from February to October in 2026. A land development application through Central District Health will also be required. The City of Cuna Planning and Zoning Department commented that they have no objections to the proposal. The county engineer is requiring a water adequacy supply study to be submitted that shows there is an adequate water source to provide for individual wells, as well as requested revisions to the preliminary plat to better identify the water source, sewage disposal, and irrigation system. He is also requiring standard conditions regarding the construction and completion of the private road. These comments were all incorporated into the conditions of approval. At this time, no neighbors have submitted comments for the project. Staff finds that the application complies with Ada County Code, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the project at their November 13th public hearing. The board is encouraged to take into consideration any testimony presented tonight before making their final decision. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 50, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Amelia, when you say more information needed on irrigation and water adequacy supply, what is the expectation that we will need, or do they understand that?
So the irrigation district requires more information about how the irrigation system is designed and make sure other properties' irrigation and drainage is not affected. And the water adequacy supply study is going to make sure there is enough water to provide for the proposed subdivision.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, okay. Did you have anything you would like to add?
No,
Okay, good enough. Okay, any other questions to the staff? Okay, no. With that, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01442 ZCDASPR. Application being closed, the hearing being closed. Is there any question or discussion from the board? Hearing none, I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Chairman, based on the information that's presented to us by staff and the understanding we have regarding what they're going to be providing in conditions, I would move that we approve application 2025-01442-ZC-DA-S-PR QRS Consulting LLC based on findings of fact and conclusions of law and presentations we've received.
All right, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. I will now open the public hearing on application 2025-02359-V Renata Karkozka. The application being open, we'll hear from our staff, Doug Holton. If you could give us a report, Doug.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 202502359-V is an application for a variance for an existing structure to encroach into the rear setback. The property is generally located at 6263 West Long Branch Lane. The property contains 11.04 acres, and it's within the rural residential district. It is Lot 2, Block 1 of the Cimarron Springs subdivision. The property features steep slopes. It is within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District, and it is designated as an agricultural parcel. The property is not within an area of impact. The general area is largely residential and rangeland. This slide shows further context of the property where the structure is located and that the structure does not meet the 25-foot rear setbacks for the rural residential district. The structure is approximately 12 feet from the rear property line. This slide shows the steep slopes, which significantly impact possible locations of structures on the site. Some agency comments provided were, the Ada County building official had no objections to this proposal. A retroactive building permit may be required for unpermitted buildings over 200 square feet, and building permits will be required for any new structures. The Eagle Fire Department had no comments or concerns for the proposal. The Ada County Highway District commented that an impact fee is not due and an inspection is not required. To approve a variance, 3 findings must be made. The variance does not grant a special right or privilege not otherwise allowed in the base district. The variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site, and the variance is not detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Staff finds that the variance will not grant a special right or privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district. The property is designated as an agricultural property by the Ada County Assessor, and therefore, the property has agricultural exemption status. Agricultural detached structures are allowed by right within the rural residential district. The structure has a valid zoning certificate. Staff finds that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. The steep slopes on the site significantly limit where the structure could be relocated. Similarly, the structure could not be relocated to other buildable locations on the property, as the other level locations are also either within the rear setbacks or the side setbacks. The steep slopes on the property range from 15% grades to over 50% grades. The variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. The structure has been in place for nearly a decade. There has been no evidence entered into the record to suggest that the variance would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Similarly, no public agencies charged with the protection of health, safety, and welfare commented with any indication that the variance would be detrimental. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. Staff encourages the board to consider testimony presented at this hearing for your final decision. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Any questions? Okay, no questions, thank you. Is the applicant here, Renata Karkoska?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak? Okay, come on up.
Actually, do you have any questions for me?
Well, not until you talk.
Okay, my name is Renata Kakoshka, and I came here to apply for the variance.
Okay,
And it will be appreciated if I receive it, because I didn't know it was there. So, I realized it came to my attention that there was one.
okay. And you're on 11 acres?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't have any questions. Does anybody from the board have questions? No questions? Well,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone, I got nobody to sign up. I have no one here signed up for it. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this application? Okay. Yeah, you've added everything to the record you need to add to the record?
Aside from this presentation, no.
You want to add your presentation to the record?
I would like to, yes.
Okay, add your presentation then. Your presentation's been added to the record.
Okay.
Okay? All right. With that, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-023-359V, Renata Karkoska. And the question is before this board. Is there any question or discussion from the board? It's for a variance. Hearing none, I'll accept a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll move to accept application 202-502-359V, Renata Karkoska, for a variance based on the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Yeah, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Moving along, I will open the public hearing on application 2006-0071-STEC, Rocky Mountain Companies. We'll first hear a report from our staff. Doug Holt, go ahead.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2006-00071-S-TE-C is a board-level time extension for a preliminary plat for the 12-lot Hazelton Commercial Subdivision. The property is located in the southwest Boise area at 6381 South 5 Mile Road, near the intersection of West Lake Hazel Road and South 5 Mile Road. The surrounding area is commercial and residential in use. The applicant is requesting their final 2-year time extension. The development will consist of 12 commercial lots within the subdivision with sewer and water services provided, a continuous service drive, a pedestrian pathway, and road and sidewalk improvements are also included as part of this project. The applicant has stated within their detailed letter that the final time extension is needed to allow for the new property owners themselves, as of July 2025, to get through their preliminary plat and final plat applications. This final time extension is needed to continue the entitlement to Boise City sanitary sewer. If the board were to approve this time extension, the new expiration date would be January 14th, 2028. No comments were received from any of the neighbors. And some agency comments were, the Ada County building official commented with no objections. The Ada County Highway District commented that an impact fee is not due and an inspection is not required. The Boise Public Works Department commented that the original Hazelwood subdivision preliminary plat must remain active to have entitlement to Boise City sanitary sewer. Streetlights will be required for the subdivision. And all future commercial facilities connected to sewer must install adequate pretreatment equipment when applicable and will be subject to pretreatment regulations. Staff finds that project number 2006-00071-S-TE-C complies with the Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. This slide will be added as an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the board?
Just on the time extension, explain, they understand, is this their only time extension or the last time extension, or what's the,
This is their final time extension. That would be allowed.
and they understand that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And this will allow them the time with the sewer, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Nope.
Okay, is the applicant in the audience? Does the applicant wish to speak? I guess he does.
Commissioners, my name is Ben Millick with Rocky Mountain Companies, 350 North 9th Street in Boise. Just want to keep it quick. I'm here for questions. We acquired this property when there was previous time extensions applied to it from other past developers, so we're just pursuing our final available time extension to that old prelim plat that keeps our sewer availability active. So, open to any questions.
Okay, so you have access to sewer currently?
With the old Hazelwood Village preliminary plat entitlement being active, yes, it's available to our property. And that was expiring in December, so we applied for this time extension, which keeps it active for the remaining 2 years.
Okay, all right. Well, any questions from the board?
No, Mr. Chairman, not a question, just a thank you again, because you were here before us before, and you are doing what's beneficial for the community as well as for your interests, and we appreciate the fact that you put it together that way. So thank you for your work.
Of course, thank you.
And any other questions? I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but Boise City is reconsidering their moratorium.
That's fantastic.
And I think that'll help that area a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any questions for you, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a Carlos Vidalis. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Carlos Vidales, 10963 West Oleana Drive. Yeah, this is my most favorite project in South Wayzata County. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity to say that thank you very much for holding this lot for us, and please do give them time extension. I think everybody's looking forward to our businesses here, and I have nothing else to say. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe there might be some questions for you.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Just the same comment I made to the developer. Thank you and the community for your engagement, because we have a community that's a better community because of your engagement and for their stepping up to the plate and making that happen. So thanks to both of you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you, Carlos. I have a Carol Vidalis, but she said she doesn't want to talk. Is that true? But she does support it. Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none. With that, and you've added your presentation to the record.
Yes, I have.
All right, then I will close the public hearing on application 2006-0071 STEC Rocky Mountain Companies to add a time extension to the 14th of January 28. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Hearing none, I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the application 2006-0071-S-TE-C Rocky Mountain Companies for the time extension based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the presentation we've received tonight.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a second to the motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Moving right along. I will open the public hearing on application 2025-02177, DAC Pecan-AC, Dylan Davis. We're going to ask our staff, Christy Inselman, if you'd give us a report. Thank you, Christy.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. Good evening. For the record, Christy Enselman, Development Services. So I am here to present on the application 2025-02177-VAC-Pecan, we like to call it Pecan, -AC. The property is located at 4952 North Larkwood Place and currently consists of lots 9 and 10, Block 2 of the Larkwood subdivision. The property is located north of McMillan Road and west of Locust Grove Road and is located in the City of Meridian's area of impact. The final plat for Larkwood subdivision was signed by the Board of Ada County Commissioners on November 26, 1990, and was approved as a non-farm subdivision. Lot 9, Block 2 was deed restricted and could only be used as open space for a period of 15 years, which has now expired. The applicant is seeking approval to vacate the existing public utility and drainage easement between the two lots, as shown here on the screen. The applicant is also seeking approval for a parcel consolidation to combine the two properties into one property for development purposes. With the easement vacation and the property consolidation, the applicant is also seeking approval for an accessory use application to allow for the construction of a 5,000 square foot accessory structure that will be used as a shop, gym, and for personal uses. The proposed accessory structure and pool are across with, or slash within, the existing lot line and easement between the existing lots 9 and 10, Block 2. By vacating the easement and consolidating the two lots into one parcel, the applicant would be eligible to build the proposed improvements. The application was transmitted to, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So this is on the screen now is just the draft record of survey that they've provided. We have already received relinquishment letters for the vacation for the easement from the City of Meridian, Idaho Power, Intermountain Gas, Settlers Irrigation, Sparklight. The application was transmitted to agencies and adjacent property owners, and we have not received any comments in opposition to date. After review, staff believes the application complies with Ada County Code Sections 8-68, 8-611, 8-42, and 8-616. Staff recommends a board-approved application 2025-02177-VAC-PCON-AC, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions for their staff from?
Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead.
just a reiteration that you've gotten from the easement vacations from all of those people. Now, that's all the people that would potentially have easements, correct?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, that is correct. They have satisfied that requirement fully.
There are no others out there that might. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Do you wish to speak? You don't need to, but. Apparently not. Okay, good enough. Is there anyone else wish to testify on this application? Okay, hearing none. And you need to add your presentation to the record?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. It would be exhibit number 24.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, there being no other comments or no other documentation to be added to the file, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-02177, VAC PCON AC Dylan Davis. Okay, the hearing being closed, the application is in front of the board. What's the wishes of the board? Any discussion or a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move to approve application number 202-502-177-VAC-PCON-AC Dylan Davis, based on the findings of fact in the conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the report heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion from the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving along, I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-01370 ZOA CPA SHD and 2006-00219 DA DM Kimley Horn. And we'll take a recommendation or take a report from our staff. Brent, go ahead.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01370 CPA-ZOA-S-HD and 2006-00219 DA-DM is a preliminary plat for the Dry Creek Cliff Rose Villas subdivision consisting of 10 residential lots and 1 common lot. The project also includes a development agreement modification, comprehensive plan amendment, zoning ordinance text amendment, and hillside development application. The development agreement modification, project number 2006-00219 DA-DM, is to allow the parcel previously dedicated for a fire station to be redeveloped. The comprehensive plan amendment is to update the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community Land Use Map and to increase the total number of residential dwelling units. A zoning ordinance text amendment to update the mixed-use definition in the Dry Creek Ranch zoning ordinance. A subdivision for 11-lot subdivision with 10 residential lots and a common lot, and a hillside application for grading in areas with slopes greater than 15%. The Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community consists of approximately 1,414 acres, is generally located east of Highway 55 in the vicinity of West Brookside Lane and West Dry Creek Road. The Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community was approved by the Board of Ada County Commissioners in 2010. A few years later, Boise Hunter Homes acquired the project and did a modification to the development, reducing the density and the number of units in the community. This modification was approved by the board on February 21st, 2017. The Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community is governed by 3 documents: Development Agreement Number 8205, the Dry Creek Ranch Zoning Ordinance, and the Dry Creek Ranch Development Plan, which is the comprehensive plan for the community. The development agreement modification is a request to allow for the parcel that was previously dedicated for a fire station to develop as a for-sale subdivision. Also, the applicant is proposing to change the density for the mixed-use district in Dry Creek Ranch, and this requires a change to the 2017 First Amendment to Development Agreement Number 8205. The applicant is proposing the following changes to the development agreement. For condition number 45 is being reworded to state, prior to approval of the final plat, which contains the 101st single-family residential lot, the owner shall provide a conceptual plan for the mixed-use district showing that a minimum 25% of the district is used for multifamily units with a density range of 5 to 20 dwelling units per acre, and multifamily residential uses shall include townhome villas, lofts, live-work units, and condominiums. And then condition number 60 is being struck out because there will no longer be the fire department doesn't need a fire station within Dry Creek Ranch, so that condition is no longer applicable. The requirement for an on-site fire station in Dry Creek Ranch is no longer necessary as Eagle Fire District has elected to pursue a different parcel to construct a future fire station. The fire district will be constructing a new fire station nearby near the intersection of Highway 55 and Beacon Light Road. The developer had conveyed a 1.73 acre lot to the Eagle Fire District on December 1st, 2021, and the ownership has now reverted back to the developer. The applicant has also requested a zoning ordinance text amendment to update the mixed-use definition to reduce the density range slightly and further define permitted multifamily uses within the mixed-use district to allow for greater flexibility in market demands. The proposed change to the zoning ordinance, Dry Creek Ranch zoning ordinance is as follows regarding the definition for mixed-use district. The mixed-use district provides for a wide range of commercial, office, retail, industrial, and residential uses that allow property owners the flexibility to respond to the long-term evolution of development trends. All uses and structures will be sited and designed to be compatible with one another with a variety of complementary and integrated uses such as various single-family and multifamily residential uses with gross densities of 1 to 20 dwelling units per acre. A minimum of 25% of the mixed-use district shall be devoted to multifamily residential uses at a density range of 5 to 20 dwelling units per acre. And other permitted uses include civic, office, neighborhood, retail, public, and quasi-public use, and recreation in a compact urban form. This district is intended to provide creativity and flexibility in planning and design of buildings and encourages both vertical and horizontal mixing of uses. And multifamily residential uses shall also include townhomes, villas, lofts, live-work units, and condominiums. The project includes a comprehensive plan amendment to update the land use map in the Dry Creek Ranch development plan to include the already approved land uses shown on the Dry Creek Ranch Village preliminary plat. The current land use map was approved with the 2017 amendment to the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community. This amendment also included the Dry Creek Ranch preliminary plat, which is the preliminary plat that encompasses the northern portion of Dry Creek Ranch. The current land use map shows land uses tied to specific lots for the portion of the development encompassed by the Dry Creek Ranch preliminary plat and more generalized land uses for the portion of the development outside of the Dry Creek Ranch preliminary plat. In 2019, the Dry Creek Ranch Village preliminary plat was approved, which preliminary platted the remaining portion of Dry Creek Ranch. The new land use map identifies land uses at the lot level, as shown on the map here. In addition, the comprehensive plan amendment will increase the total number of residential units allowed in the Dry Creek Ranch planned community by 10 units to 1,825. This is still significantly less than the original 2010 planned community approval of 3,500 units. The project also includes a request for a subdivision that includes 10 residential lots and a common lot. The residential lots are depicted on the plat here, kind of with the beige color, and the common lot is the green lot. The residential lots range in size from 0.11 acres to 0.12 acres. These lots are in compliance with dimensional standards for the mixed-use district of Dry Creek Ranch, as the proposed lots exceed the minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet. The lots will take access from a shared driveway. The product type for the lots will be for sale villa townhomes, and the townhomes will face a common area along North Bountiful Way, and so this is an architectural rendering of kind of what the subdivision will look like. This product type will add to the diversity of housing types within the Dry Creek Ranch planned community. The applicant has also applied for hillside development application. The hillside development application is needed as the applicant will be grading within areas that have slopes that are over 15%. The county engineer has reviewed the hillside development application and finds that the site is physically suitable for the design and siting of the proposed development. At this time, there were no written public comments received for the application. Several agencies have provided comments on the application, and key agency comments include the following. The A County Building Official, Iowa Transportation Department, and Iowa Department of Fish and Game have no comments or objections to the project. The A County Highway District responded with site-specific conditions of approval. These conditions include restricting the common driveway intersection with Dry Creek Road with a gate or bollards located outside the driveway as determined by the fire district. The Eagle Fire District replied that emergency access bollards shall be max force bollards or equivalent and approved by the fire district prior to installation, and no parking signs need to be posted on one side of the road. The Planning and Zoning Commission, at their November 13th public hearing, voted to recommend approval of this project to the board, and staff finds that this application complies with the A County Code, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any question from the board? More questions? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Board Commissioners, Nicolette Womack, address is 1100 West Idaho Street, Boise, Idaho 83702. Thank you. Does this clicker work? Do we know?
That does, yes.
Okay, awesome.
You'll want to point it this direction.
Okay, I will try. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight. Again, Nicolette Womack. I'm a planner with Kimley Horn. We have several other members of our team, including our civil engineer and Boise Hunter Homes, available in the audience for various questions. I am working with the consulting firm on this project with Boise Hunter Homes. We're excited to walk you through the Dry Creek Ranch Cliff Rose Villas project tonight. Many of you know Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community was originally approved in 2010 with a total of 3,502 residential units. In 2017, sorry, I'm not sure if there's a distance that makes the ringing go away. So it was originally approved in 2010 with a total of 3,502 residential units. In 2017, Hunter Homes purchased the project and received a modification approval to significantly reduce the total number of residential units and incorporate a wider variety of uses. It's important to note approval of the proposal tonight would increase the total allowed number of residential units by 10 units for a total of 1,825 units. The project site is located at the corner of Dry Creek Road and Bountiful Way. This is near where Dry Creek Road meets back up with Highway 55. The surrounding Dry Creek area includes the elementary school, community recreation areas, neighborhood parks, and natural open space. To date, 630 homes within the overall subdivision have been completed or are under construction, meaning that Dry Creek Ranch is currently at around 35% project build-out. Shown here is a timeline of the relevant actions for the subject parcel. In December 2021, Hunter Homes donated the parcel to Eagle Fire District, as originally outlined in the previous approvals. In March of 2024, Eagle Fire District returned the parcel to Hunter Homes, stating in the agreement the fire district has elected to pursue a different parcel to construct a future fire station to serve the planned community known as Dry Creek Ranch, and has provided notice of the same to Hunter Homes. The Eagle Fire District has decided to construct fire stations close to the community on Beacon Light and within Hidden Springs, rather than on this parcel. As such, Boise Hunter Homes submitted the proposal here tonight to better incorporate this land within the overall Dry Creek Ranch planned community. Boise Hunter Homes met with county staff in July of 2024. They held their neighborhood meeting in May and submitted the permits you have tonight in July of 25. Great care has been taken to design a for-sale, high-end, detached villa product consistent with the caliber of homes they have built in the surrounding neighborhood. The following applications shown here before you tonight. We'll walk you through the meaning of each of these. Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community, as Brent said, is governed by an overall development agreement. The red lines included in our project narrative and previously shown are proposed to allow the parcel previously dedicated for a fire station to develop as a for-sale detached villa subdivision. Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community is also governed by an overall development plan, which is considered their comprehensive plan. An updated land use map has been submitted to include Dry Creek Ranch Village Plat, which was previously approved but not updated on the map rendering. This request also contains the inclusion of Dry Creek Ranch Cliff Rose Villas and the increase in the total number of residential dwelling units allowed to 1,825 for an increase of 10 units. Again, still significantly less than the original 2010 planned community approval of 3,500 units. Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community is also governed by its own zoning ordinance, just to keep everyone on their toes. The red lines included in the narrative are proposed to update the mixed-use district definition to reduce the density slightly and further define permitted multifamily uses within the district to allow greater flexibility with market demands. Lastly, the request includes a preliminary plat and hillside permit for the proposed Dry Creek Ranch Villas subdivision plat. The subdivision is approximately 1.72 acres and will include 10 single-family detached villas off a common drive along the west property line, with access coming from Cliff Rose Drive to the south. And then Common Drive will be 29 feet wide and include parking on one side. It's important to note a substantial 56 to 75-foot wide buffer with landscaping will be provided along Bountiful Way. The hillside permit will allow grading within areas with slopes over 15%, which is focused within the 0.19 acres to be added from the parcel to the west, with the remainder of that parcel for open space as previously approved. Shown here is a rendering of the project from Bountiful Way. This will be a for-sale high-end villa product, each of which will include a 2-car garage and room for 2 more cars along the driveway's aprons off the common drive in the rear, for a total of 4 parking spaces. 14 additional spaces will be available for guests parking along one side of the common drive in the rear. Homes will be a mixture of 2 and 3 stories. And again, it's hard to tell in this picture, but these are detached products. Shown here is another rendering. You'll notice the berm with landscaping being provided along Dry Creek Road. The emergency access to Dry Creek Road will be closed with bollards. Lastly, shown here is an additional view from Bountiful Way. From this angle, you can see the parkway feel Bountiful Way will have with the lush landscaping and large setback under HOA maintenance, creating a statement entry into the community. You can also see the mix of high-end materials, varied roof lines, and copious outdoor spaces integrated into the building design. In summary, we received a county staff report and are in agreement with the conditions of approval as written. We request your approval of the following permits listed here for your use. Thank you, and we'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Probably more of a thank you than it is a question, but I guess the density, you changed the overall density at the very beginning when Hunter Homes bought the property, which was laudable in my opinion. But then you've now are redesigning this and dedicated the fire station, but now you have that land. So how did you come to the mixed use? How did you get to the point? Because you said you're reducing density, but you're also increasing the diversity of types of homes.
Yes, Chair, Commissioners, a great question. Can we get our PowerPoint back up? Sorry. Thanks, Brett. Thank you. Chair, Commissioners, so the question was, how is our density needing to go down when the lot count for the overall project is going up? So the lot count for the overall project never anticipated single-family homes on this particular parcel, so we're only adding 10 lots for this specific parcel. But in the code requirements, once we figured out the access area for this actual subdivision, the proper unit size and everything penciled out at around 5.8 dwelling units per acre. And the zoning code required a minimum of 7, so we needed to lower the zoning code in order to meet kind of all the neighbors' comments and concerns about wanting more of a single-family product on this parcel. But it is it is within the land use as mixed use, so the density was a little bit higher.
Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Just, again, congratulations for a well-planned community, I guess is where I was going with all of that. Because I think you've met some needs here, and these homes will probably meet some specific needs in the community as well, not just Dry Creek, but the general community at large. So congratulations for that, and how the community's was originally designed, downsized, designed, and now is meeting needs as the evolution for needs of. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Questions? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, is there anyone else from the audience wish to speak of this application? Okay, and you need to add a couple things to the record?
I do. Mr. Chairman, exhibit number 65, my presentation will be exhibit number 65. And then the applicant's presentation will be exhibit number 66.
Okay, good enough. Then I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01370, ZOA CPA SHD, and 2006-00219, DA DM Kimley Horn. The public hearing being closed. Is there any questions or discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for a motion.
I'd
if that's
accept the
appropriate.
motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve application 2025-0137-ZOA-CPA-S-HD and 2006-00219-DA-DM Kimberly Horn, based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the presentations we received both in the text as well as verbally tonight.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that. I appreciate the variety of housing options that they're providing out there, so I'm happy to support.
All right, thanks. Good discussion. Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Next, I will open the public hearing on application 2025-02196V, Rodney Evans and Partners. We'll first hear from our staff, Brent Danielson. Go ahead.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-02196V is a variance for a single-family dwelling and a future accessory structure with an accessory dwelling unit on a non-conforming parcel to encroach into the front and rear yard setbacks and to exceed the maximum lot coverage. The site is generally located south of the Ada Eagle Bike Park, west of the A County landfill property, and east of the city of Eagle. The property is located at the intersection of West Prairie Road and North Horseshoe Bend Road and contains 0.21 acres in the estate residential district. The subject property is a legal non-conforming parcel and is adjacent to the Sage Acre Ranchettes subdivision. The Sage Acres Ranchettes subdivision was platted back in 1959. When the subdivision was platted, a highway monument was used instead of the section monument. Around the time that the adjacent Brinson subdivision was platted, it was discovered that the Sage Acres Ranchettes subdivision boundary didn't reach the section line, leaving a 39-foot strip between Prairie Road and the Ada Eagle Bike Park property, thus creating the subject property. The map on the screen shows the 39-foot strip between the Sage Acre Ranchettes subdivision and the Hidden Hollow subdivision, which resulted from the surveying error. And you can kind of see on the screen here, this little arrow here. Basically, they measured out here when they should have measured over here. So that's kind of why there's that discrepancy. In order to grant a variance, three findings need to be made. One, the variance should not grant special right or privilege that's not otherwise allowed in the base district. Two, the variance relieves undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. And three, the variance should not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff finds that the variance does not constitute a granting of a special right or privilege, as single-family dwellings, accessory structures, and secondary dwellings are allowed uses in the estate residential district. In addition, the surrounding neighborhood consists of single-family dwellings and accessory structures. Staff finds that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. The subject property resulted from government action and only has a depth of 39 feet. Therefore, the parcel does not have the depth to comply with the 25-foot front property line setback on a local street or the 20-foot rear property line setback. The applicant has requested a variance to reduce the front setback of the proposed structures to be 10 feet and for the rear setback to be 3 feet. Staff also finds that the property is significantly undersized for the zoning district in which it is located, as the subject property is only 0.21 acres. and the minimum property size for the state residential district is 1 acre. A 20% maximum lot coverage on a property that is only 0.21 acres only allows for a building footprint of 1,829.52 square feet. In addition, staff finds that there has been no evidence entered into the record to indicate that the variance would be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Information regarding the variance was transmitted to affected public agencies charged with the protection of health, safety, and welfare of the public, and the agency responses did not indicate a detriment to the public health, safety, and welfare. There have been no written comments received from the public on this application. Several agencies have provided comments on this application, and key agency comments include the following. The Eagle Fire District stated that the property is in the wildland-urban interface and will have to be built and maintained according to the adopted WUI code. They also mentioned that there are fire hydrants within the required distance of the property. The Ada County Highway District has determined that no improvements are required to adjacent streets, and the applicant will need to pay an impact fee. Veolia Water will require each building to be supplied through a separate service line. The Ada County Sheriff's Office and the Ada County Building Official have no objections. The Ada County Parks and Waterways Department responded with several comments. They mentioned that Ada County owns the adjacent parcel to the north, which includes the Ada Eagle Sports Complex and Bike Park that is co-managed by both Ada County and the City of Eagle. The complex's recreational trails are within 20 feet of the proposed building site. They also mentioned that the City of Eagle has property approximately 110 feet from the proposed building site that has been proposed as a future location of a fire training facility, public works office, and maintenance shop and yard. One of the conditions of approval for this project is that the applicant and/or owner shall disclose to any future buyers of the property that the City of Eagle has identified the property to the north as a public works office, a maintenance shop and yard, and a fire training facility for the Eagle Fire District. The Ada County Parks and Waterways Department also recommended a condition of approval prohibiting private access to the adjoining open space and trails. Formal public access for the Ada Eagle Sports Complex and Bike Park is already provided nearby along Horseshoe Bend Road. Staff has incorporated this recommendation as a condition of approval. A condition like this helps prevent the creation of any unapproved trails in the park. Staff finds that this application complies with the Ada County Code, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
did I understand you correctly? This was an error, a government error in terms of the survey
Yes,
that created the reason for the variance, correct?
that is correct, Commissioner Daly.
And then I was going to ask you, but I think you clarified that, the closeness to that, some of the other things that are there, and it's clearly understood, and they have to reveal that if it's sold again or whatever, that those are there, and so it's clearly understood.
Mr. Chairman,
Conditions.
Commissioner Daly, that is correct. So that would be a condition of approval that they have to do. And I think the applicant told me that the property owner is building the house for his daughter, so I think
They understand.
yes.
That was my main thing. There's clear understanding. It's like moving next to a farm, and then you are upset about what the farm's going to be. So, yeah, so they clearly understand it. Thanks.
Questions from the commission? Okay. Thank you. Now, is the applicant in the audience? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Just to confirm, we are in agreement with the conditions of approval, including the disclosure of all the activities that are currently or in the future may occur adjacent to the site, as well as not allowing private access into the space immediately to the north. It is a very unique situation. As Brent stated, this was created through government action, through an error in surveying. So my client has a parcel that was deemed buildable because it was created through that government action. Although in order to build anything on it of substance, you need a variance. So that's why we're here requesting the variance. A couple of the other items, as it comes with that, the building of that home, we will comply with all the other agency requirements that, or comments that we received. The home will connect to Eagle Sewer District. We already have the annexation into their district. And then Veolia, they have a pump station immediately north here. They actually cross this property with a main line without securing an easement. So after they secured the easement from my client, they also provided him with service taps for his potable water. So it'll be off of potable Veolia water and Eagle Sewer. He is building it for his daughter, and so she intends to live there. We would build these, all the structures on the site, or the 2 structures on the site will be built to WUI standards, that wildland urban interface. Additionally, the fencing proposed on this would be a CMU block wall, so a concrete wall, wouldn't exceed the standards of code along the property lines, fully on the property, but it also provides some additional fire protection from wildfire, because concrete isn't combustible. The other thing I did want to bring up is that we will be fixing and improving the borrow ditch on the property side of Prairie Road. There's been some erosion that's occurred along there. People had been just, I guess, random public had been parking on this lot, not with allowance from my client. And so he's placed some boulders to prevent that from happening, but it did kind of create some erosion. So he's going to fix that as part of this project as well. I guess if you have any other additional questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, no questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple other people that signed up. Do they want to speak? There's Craig Hammett.
I think we're okay.
Okay. Rod Beckstead.
I'm fine, unless you have a question for me.
Chris Mangini.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing my comments. My name's Chris Mangini. I live at 11165 Cul-de-sac Way in Sage Acres Development. And I look at this, I'm actually a beneficiary of that surveying mistake. I actually acquired about the same amount of property to the back of my lot as a result of that error. I know how small that is. My objections to this are that if you were to get on the ground and look at this, it's extremely limited. And while I don't have facts and what have you in front of me, and I don't know exactly what is going into the development plan of this, it's going to be a real, I see egress and ingress to the property itself as being complicated, because we've got Floating Feather terminates at Horseshoe Bend Road. There's a quick jog to get up to Prairie, which is the road that this is located on. Also, the extent of the width of that lot is, I think, 235 feet or so. It actually extends over a monument rock of Sage Acres development. So there's kind of a question, it's a minor one, but just where, that will be relocated, or just exact, because I don't think it can be, as it's butts into the Simons property. So I guess my concern is that while it might meet a lot of the counters, or I should say requests for variance of the various, to make it fit, I just think between the park right behind it, as well as the pump house, you've got the roadway that's kind of been developed recently that goes by the park itself. There's a lot of traffic issues in there. And you see, besides the, I have no animus with what somebody wants to do with their property. I believe in property rights. It's just that I see this project as being pretty complicated. And that's my comment. So,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Any questions from the commission? Any questions? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else that didn't sign up would like to speak? Hearing none. I didn't get that, but that was either a neutral or maybe a negative. If you'd like to do a brief rebuttal, you're welcome to.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, yeah, I think I'll just try to answer some questions real quick. Brent, could you pull up, I provided a couple of other pictures for Brent here, just kind of showing a little bit more of the lot itself. Just to kind of confirm some stuff, ingress and egress will come off of Prairie Road. We're aligning our driveway with the neighbor that's to the south of Prairie Road. So it'll be the same distance away from Horseshoe Bend Road. We won't come off of Horseshoe Bend, and we'll be well back from the intersection. This, you can see, this is very rudimentary, but the fencing that we have, the wall, we're actually holding back about 80 feet from the front of the property, so well away from the front along Horseshoe Bend Road. The monument sign is, if you're looking at the lot here, it's kind of on the right, the back right corner currently. My client has already talked with the HOA about either dedicating some of the space on his lot at that corner or even moving their monument sign out to the corner closer to Horseshoe Bend Road and Prairie Road, keeping it out of sight triangles, keeping it out of the right of way, but relocating that as the HOA would like him to, so that it is in a place that's visible and it isn't impacted. Yeah, it is a challenging lot. It's very deep from east to west, so the home is oriented, east-west. Garage door will not face the street. You'll come into the lot and turn into the garage, and then the accessory unit that's not shown on this rendering would be on the other side of the driveway from that. So you'd enter the lot off of the road. All of the parking is contained in the lot itself and in garages. And then nothing would be allowed to go on the portion of property that's outside his fence. He's planning to xeriscape that, put in some boulders, pretty much what he has going on right now to restrict people from getting onto that property, but really cleaning it up. So ultimately, there shouldn't be an impact on any of the neighbors. The monument sign will get moved. And we feel really confident that this won't create any traffic issues with just a single-family home.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just make sure I clearly understand that, because actually your picture is very instructive, and because that was some of my questions. If you hadn't come up, I was going to ask you. All the traffic is going to be like confined. I mean, the turnarounds, everything are going to be on the property itself, correct? It's not going to be backing up out onto the street or anything like that, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daley, that's correct. It's all contained on the site. And I don't think I have a site plan on this one. I think that Brent had one in there as a rough site plan showing the home, and then on the other side of the driveway on the site where the future accessory dwelling unit would go. And there's, I think, about 25 feet between the home or the structures. Yeah, you can see kind of the blank white area between the two structures. That's all driveway. So that's all turnaround. All vehicle turning movements would be on site. So everybody's coming out on the street forward and entering into the site forward as well. That clarifies.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and as that was one of my questions as well, in terms of the fence. The fence is going to be designed for completely around the property, correct? So all of the questions as far as the trail, access to the road, all of those questions are going to be, there's going to be basically only one entrance and exit, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daley, that's correct. Veolia does have an easement that's through there where our driveway aligns with, just for ease of maintenance for them. They may request a gate on the north side wall that would be locked and only accessible by them. It would not be, or I guess emergency services, but it would be a solid gate as well, so that the residents couldn't just access through there. But it would be surrounded by a wall. And my client intends to put an automatic gate on the entry just for extra security for his daughter.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I know you need to add some documents and to the file. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my presentation will be exhibit number 35, and the applicant's picture that was shown will be exhibit number 36.
Okay. I'm ready to close the public hearing on application 2025-02196V, Rodney Evans and Partners. The application, the hearing being closed, it's now up to the board to make a decision. Is there any questions or discussion? Or a motion? I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve application number 202-502-196-V, Rodney Evans and Partners, based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we now have application, before we get into this, this is an appeal, so who's the applicant?
Greg Bauer would be the appellant and the applicant.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-00455A, Acarius Behavioral Health. We'll have Brent Danielson give us a report, and then we'll go from there.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-00455A is an appeal of a denial of a conditional use and master site plan application for a residential care facility for up to 16 adults. The general location of the property is in southwest Boise, west of 5 Mile Road and north of Columbia Road. The property is located at 11101 West Chapin Avenue and contains 0.54 acres in the medium-density residential district. The appellant is requesting for the Board of Ada County Commissioners to reverse the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision and approve the conditional use and master site plan application for a residential care facility. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on the application on September 25th, 2025. The commission voted to deny the application and tabled the application to their November 13th, 2025 public hearing for revised findings of fact. A residential care facility is an allowed use in the medium-density residential district through a conditional use application. The Ada County zoning ordinance defines a family as a person living alone or two or more persons related by blood or marriage, or a group of not more than 10 persons who need not be related by blood or marriage living together in a dwelling unit, or 8 or fewer unrelated mentally and or physically handicapped or elderly persons residing in a dwelling who are supervised at the dwelling in connection with their handicapped or age-related infirmity, provide that no more than 2 staff members reside in the dwelling at any one time. The Ada County zoning ordinance also defines a residential care facility as an establishment that provides permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation, and that provides 24-hour non-medical care for more than 8 individuals who need personal care or assistance and supervision. A residential care facility shall include but not be limited to assisted living facility, retirement home, and respite care. The residential care facility will operate out of an existing single-family residence. The residence is 4,197 square feet and has 5 bedrooms. The residential care facility will provide short-term care, 28 days or less, of adult behavioral health residential care programs for up to 16 adults residing at the property. The facility will treat community members suffering from non-emergency behavioral health issues such as anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance abuse, or PTSD and trauma issues. All residential care services will be provided on-site, including living, sleeping, eating, and cooking. Customized clinical and counseling services will also be provided on-site to residents. Staffing of the facility will include 24/7 awake staff observation from trained behavioral health technicians. Licensed mental health care providers will work with clients to prepare customized care plans. Counselors will also provide daily individual and group counseling sessions. Residents of the facility will only be allowed in the backyard and are required to be under staff supervision. The applicant has made a reasonable accommodation request to AA County to provide housing for individuals protected by the Federal Fair Housing Act. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act, persons who desire to live in a group home, because it will ameliorate the hardships that come from having said disability, cannot be denied housing for discriminatory purposes. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act, group home does not have a specific legal meaning, but has generally been defined as a household where two or more persons with disabilities choose to live together as a matter of association, and who may not be subjected to requirements or conditions that are not imposed on households consisting of persons without disabilities. A residential care facility is also considered a group home by the above definition. The specific accommodation being requested is the approval of the conditional use permit. The residents of the proposed facility are disabled and protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits housing discrimination due to a person's disability or handicap. It should be noted that the Federal Fair Housing Act mandates reasonable accommodations be made in the implementation of local zoning ordinances to provide housing for protected individuals. Several neighbors have raised concerns regarding the wastewater disposal on the property. The property is currently served by an individual septic system. In order to increase the occupancy of the dwelling to 16, the applicant will need to install a whole house incinerator system, which is a non-discharging system approved by the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. The Central District Health Department stated in Exhibit 90 of the CUP that the only septic system allowed for this use is a whole house incinerator system, and a permit must be obtained, system installed, inspected, and approved before an increase in occupancy. The applicant's engineer has provided details regarding the system in Exhibit number 98 of the conditional use application. The new system will consist of a 2,200-gallon septic tank, a pump chamber, and 4 Septic John WC64 units, which are wastewater incinerators. The incinerators are powered by natural gas. The system burns all liquids and turns the very small amount of true solids to ash. The applicant's engineer has stated that the system will produce very little sound and no odor is emitted from the incinerator. The conditional use and master site plan garnered significant attention from the public. Many individuals provide testimony that they did not want the project located in the neighborhood and have cited concerns for safety and compatibility with the neighborhood. Several agencies and political subdivisions provide comments on the conditional use and master site plan applications, and none of them raised any objections to the project. Key agency comments include the following. The Boise Fire Department replied that they can approve the application. The A County Highway District has no site-specific conditions of approval, as they do not consider this to be a change of use. The Central District Health Department stated that the only septic system allowed for this use is a whole house incinerator system. Regarding the appeal, the appellant has provided the following rationale of why the Planning and Zoning Commission was wrong in denying the conditional use and master site plan applications, and why the board should reverse the commission's decision and approve of the conditional use and master site plan applications. The appellant has stated in their detailed letter that the commission failed to analyze whether increasing occupancy above the 8 residents allowed by right satisfied the approval criteria. Instead, the decision treats the existing by right use and the requested increase as indistinguishable, reviewing the project under a general obligation to the presence of the group in the neighborhood. The appellant stated that the commission analyzed the conditional use criteria as though it had the power to prohibit the allowed by right group home use on the property, which it does not have. The appellant states that 2 critical findings at issue in this matter are whether the proposed use is 1, detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, and 2, creates undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties. The appellate asserts that the commission's determination for this project does not meet the CUP standards is based on the incident of one resident screaming in the driveway of the property and a gate to the backyard being left open. The appellant believes this is not evidence sufficient to establish undue adverse impacts or that the project is detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. The appellant states that this evidence is not inconsistent with normal and customary activities in a residential district. The appellant believes it is only because of discrimination against prospective residents in the project that these common occurrences were viewed as unsafe or detrimental. The appellant affirms that there is not evidence to support the commission's decision to deny the project because these are not impacts resulting from the proposed CUP. There are impacts from the existing allowed by right use. The appellant considers the commission's denial of the application to constitute unlawful discrimination against a protected class under the Federal Fair Housing Act. In addition, the appellant has provided a letter from Aaron Smith, who is the National Clinical Director for Icarus Behavioral Health, showing that 16 residents are more ideal than 8 residents. Staff recommends for the board to approve the appeal and reverse the commission's decision and approve the conditional use and master site plan. And I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Brent, this facility is currently operating with 8 patients. Or
Mr.
residents, I should say.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. So based on the definition of family, they are able, because they meet the definition of family, the Part C, they are able to have up to 8 residents living in the house.
So if our ordinance says 8, how are they able to request 16 under current rules?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, for them to have more than 8 residents on the property, they have to apply for a conditional use and master site plan application. And that is what the appellant and applicant did, was they applied for a conditional use for a residential care facility, because a residential care facility, once you go over the 8 people, then it goes from family to a residential care facility. And so they applied for them to have 16, they applied for a conditional use master site plan for a residential care facility.
And under the residential care facility definition, what's the maximum amount of residents they could have?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, with the residential care facility definition, there's no limitation on the maximum number of residents that a residential care facility can have. Residential care facilities can vary in size. I mean, there's small ones and there's fairly large ones. I would say the limiting factor in terms of how many residents a residential care facility could have would be related to probably fire codes and building codes. Within a building is going to provide the limitation of how many residents that a residential care facility could have.
And so under all the current rules and regulations, 16 residents would be allowed with the fire codes and the various other codes for a residence.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, that is correct.
And just to clarify, a residential care facility is treated the same way as a regular house in a residential neighborhood under our code?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, it can be treated a little bit differently. So with the definition of family, a single-family dwelling is a principal permitted use, in the R6 district, the medium-density residential care district. So someone that has a single-family residence, they have to, to build let's say a new house, you have to get a building permit and you have to get a zoning certificate and you have to meet dimensional standards, but the use itself isn't really regulated. So we don't regulate, what a family does within their single-family dwelling. A residential care facility, because it is a conditional use application, a residential care facility can have conditions of approval that can be added onto it. So with a conditional use, it allows more of for the hearing body, a discretionary ability to look at the neighborhood itself and place conditions of approval to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, and to reduce adverse impacts on neighboring properties.
Now, for just a regular residence, if somebody wanted to have 16 people in there, could they get a conditional use for that? 16 family members, for instance?
That's a good question. I mean, I know maybe Richard might want to take a stab at this one.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, you're asking if somebody had 16 members in their family, would they need a conditional use? I don't believe so. As you see, the very first definition is 2 or more related by blood or marriage. So I don't think we put a cap on how many kids or individuals can be related by blood and marriage.
Any other questions? Okay, you have any questions? You have any other questions?
We'll have some more later.
Okay, sure. Okay, is the applicant, are you done, Brent?
Yes.
Okay. Is the applicant here and wish to present?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise, here on behalf of the applicant, Icarus Behavioral Health. The planning staff did an excellent job summarizing this, so I'm going to go pretty briefly. I want to be respectful of your time, but we are here tonight seeking approval for a conditional use permit for a residential care facility to allow more than 8 and up to 16 folks to reside at this home for residential care. We have we've reviewed the staff report, the draft decision, and all the conditions of approval, and we agree with staff's analysis. 1, that we meet the CUP criteria. 2, that the people in this home are protected by the Fair Housing Act. And then 3, we also agree that the conditions imposed on this project help it to otherwise satisfy the approval criteria.
You have to point it in this direction.
Yes, sir. So the property, again, is just north of Columbia Road between 5 Mile and Cloverdale. It's a corner lot on the southeast corner of Chapin and Carson. And access to the property is from Chapin, which ACHD has classified as a collector roadway. It is in the R6 zoning district, one of your residential zones, and it's 0.54 acres, and it is within Boise's area of city impact. A few photos of the home at issue. Prior to purchasing this home, we did quite a bit of due diligence, but the home is quite large, 4,197 square feet with an over 1,000 square foot 3-car garage, 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, multiple living spaces, including a kitchen plus sort of a bonus kitchen in the basement, a large driveway as well. Property does have extensive existing landscaping. We are asking for a landscaping waiver tonight. That's one of the very small details in here, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We think that the existing landscaping is quite nice and we don't want to change it. Does have a fenced backyard. The home is served by Veolia, so it's connected to city water services. It does have an on-site septic system, which we would be upgrading once this CUP is approved. We have already installed fire suppression sprinkler systems to support the existing group home use. Commissioner Davidson, you asked about some of those codes. So yes, we are meeting building and fire codes today with the number of residents in there. And 16 is the limit based on this type of structure. So again, we did do quite a bit of diligence on this project before purchasing it, and one of the questions my client had was, can we do this use here? And after looking at state code and local code, my answer was yes. Without any permits, you can operate this facility with up to 8 individuals and 2 staff members. Both LUPA, the state land use code, provides for that, as well as Ada County's definition of family, which Brent went over. So again, these 2 provisions together allow the current use to exist by right. You may hear some testimony tonight that, we had a neighborhood meeting that sort of went off the rails for this particular application. And I think there is some confusion about the allowed by right use versus the CUP we're asking for tonight. We certainly understand that to exceed 8, we do need the CUP. We have been accepting residents since May of 2025. The stays are typically short-term, around the 28-day term, and residents are seeking behavioral health treatment for things like anxiety, depression, eating disorders, non-chemically dependent substance abuse, and PTSD. Resident intake occurs at a separate facility in the Boise area. During the intake process, residents are screened to make sure they meet all the criteria. Admission includes a clinical evaluation as well as alcohol and drug testing. After this check-in, residents are transported by facility staff to the Chapin property to get their residential care and treatment. We do have 24/7 awake staff on the property. They are trained by the employer on site for program type training, how to treat these type of folks. They have crisis prevention and trauma-informed care training, as well as CPR and first aid. When resident care does come to an end at this facility, typically 2 to 3 days before discharge, there's a discharge meeting where, you basically talk about next steps once you leave. Once it is time to be discharged, staff then drives that resident back to the intake facility where they're hopefully met by their network of support. So that's the use today. The use when we go over 8 will effectively be exactly the same. So we are asking for a conditional use permit to exceed the 8 folks. Residential facilities like this one are needed in Ada County. I know that you guys follow not only the need for normal housing, but for mental health care facilities. Department of Health and Welfare has declared that Ada County has a mental health provider shortage, so we're hoping to help address that issue. We have submitted a detailed narrative, not only with the original application, but with our appeal that speak to each of your approval criteria. But again, I think the critical ones Brent talked about that we meet. We have also voluntarily proposed some conditions of approval. So no resident vehicles will be permitted on site. So all of the residents at this facility will be transported by our staff. Residents aren't permitted in the front yard, and to the extent they're in the fenced backyard, it's only with supervision from staff. We are limiting the people that are able to live at this home to folks that aren't minors, no convicted sex offenders, no actively chemically dependent, no complex medical issues, and no violent criminal records. With these conditions in place and considering that the use is a residential use, increasing the number of residents in the home beyond 8 will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. As staff notes, the property is well suited to serve as a residential care home because of the large size of the home, the corner lot fronting on 2 public streets that create a natural buffer, the fenced backyard, existing mature tree buffer, and that the actual building setbacks on this property far exceed the R6 standards. I think it's also worth mentioning again that no agency that has commented on this application has raised any concerns. So I suspect you'll hear a lot of testimony tonight about that this isn't a residential care facility and that we're not operating within the confines of Ada County's definition. A lot of these arguments are based on a review of this applicant's website. So Icarus is a provider of behavioral health services all across the West. They have multiple facilities in Idaho. Some of those facilities do provide more intensive treatment, including medical type treatment, detoxification services, but none of those services are being provided here. This is purely behavioral health, no medical services provided. The therapies provided on site include cognitive behavioral therapy. This is a talk therapy that helps to guide thinking patterns and behaviors. We'll also provide dialectical behavioral therapy, which is also a talk therapy that teaches skills to manage emotions, improve relationships, and cope with distress. Some folks may argue again tonight that we're more akin to a drug and alcohol treatment facility, which again, we're not. But even if we were, that use is also conditionally allowed in the R6 zone. So it would have the same protections under state law, federal law, and the Ada County Code. Wastewater treatment has also been a big point of contention here. We have worked with Central District Health and engineers at Centurion. Our engineer is here as well tonight if you have any questions for Joe Canning. He has designed a whole house septic incinerator system that does provide more than enough capacity for this use at 16 residents. Central District Health has provided written comment that if Ada County approves this CUP, they have preliminarily reviewed this design and would otherwise approve it subject to building permits. And there is a condition of approval that staff has recommended. That's on the bottom of this slide. Shall obtain a permit for a whole house septic incinerator system. The system must be installed, inspected, and approved before an increase in occupancy in the structure. This system will be a non-discharging system. Most septic systems, as the board knows, have leach fields, and waste ultimately leaches into the groundwater. This area is in a nitrate protection area. That's why we're doing this non-discharging system. So it will have environmental benefits. Lastly, just to touch on some of the fair housing points. As staff mentioned, this is a use that is protected and the folks within it by the Fair Housing Act. We've asked for a reasonable accommodation here. Federal Fair Housing Act mandates that reasonable accommodations be made. And again, I suspect folks tonight will argue that this isn't a reasonable accommodation. This is too much, but it's not. And I'll tell you why. It's because this is a use that is conditionally allowed in this zone already. So even without the fair housing overlay, we meet the CUP criteria, and this should be approved. But even if there was a sliver of doubt, the Federal Fair Housing Act and the reasonable accommodation standards would dictate that approval is warranted here. Only in the instance where an applicant would be asking you to fundamentally change your zoning ordinance would that be unreasonable. And again, this isn't a fundamental change to your ordinance because this use is conditionally allowed in the zone. With that, again, we really appreciate staff's time. I know this has been a challenging application with all the public interest. We very much appreciate your time, and we stand for any questions if you have any.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just to reiterate, you are existing now, or the facility is existing now under current law and ordinance with 8 people, correct?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley, yes, sir, that's correct.
And have there been any issues, problems, like sanitation or anything like that?
Chairman Beck and Commissioner Daley, there have been no issues in terms of utilities or the availability of public services. The record includes, and I'm sure, again, you'll hear testimony tonight, I'm aware of 2 incidents where the Ada County Sheriff was called to the property due to what some observers viewed as behavior that warranted calling the sheriff. I think it was one resident in the driveway shouting.
My question was in terms of health and safety, like the sewer system now, and that, because that relates to my next question. You're proposing to go to 16, and one of the conditions is for Central District Health, as you read, what you're going to do. Do you have any, and that's why I asked the first question, do you have any accommodations for emergency kinds of situations, like if the incinerator were to fail or something like that? What's your plan for dealing with that? That's why even with the 8, do you have that kind of a plan?
Great question. Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley, and if I say something wrong, Joe will come tap me. But we've got, the way the system works is very similar to a septic system in that it's a whole house system, so all the fixtures drain into a tank, and from that tank, there's a pumping chamber, and from the pumping chamber, it goes to these incinerators. Based on the number of folks that we're having residing in this home, we would need 4 incinerators, so there's a lot of redundancy. So we don't anticipate there being any, they would all have to break at once essentially for it not to function. And the tank does have some capacity to deal with downtime as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Chair, go ahead.
I might have missed this, but are you legal counsel for Icarus?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, yes, sir.
Okay, so you obviously have a lot of familiarity with the federal fair housing law.
Chairman Beck and Commissioner Davidson, candidly, you've seen me before. I'm a real estate and land use attorney, and I know enough about the Fair Housing Act to be dangerous, but other folks in my office are experts, and they've been helping me with that component.
So under the federal fair housing law, what do you feel Icarus has a right to in this situation?
Well, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I think that the Federal Fair Housing Act, again, mandates that reasonable accommodations be granted. So where housing is being provided to folks that are handicapped, like these are, I think we're entitled to the CUP being granted. Is that the question you're asking?
Essentially.
Okay.
Now, do you feel under the federal fair housing law, you're entitled to a right to 16? Or is that more the board's discretion based on other factors?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I would agree with your planning staff that there certainly is a balance, right, between the criteria you're evaluating, which are your 8 CUP criteria, versus the reasonable accommodation. And so, no, I don't think that we have a specific entitlement to 16, but I do think it's reasonable in this case because at 16, we're still fulfilling the criteria. And really, we're talking about what are the impacts, what are the differences between 8 and 16? Really, there fundamentally, I don't think, are any. A few more trips of folks getting dropped off.
Now, in general, every neighborhood's going to oppose more density being brought in, and you're proposing to go from 8 to 16, but you have alleged some discriminatory intent that would be impermissible, but what leads you to believe it's discriminatory as opposed to just being opposed to a higher density?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I think that none of the comments, and maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot here because they're now going to come argue it, but you're asking the question. No one has argued that the delta between 8 and 16 creates the issue here. It's so far been an all or nothing proposition. We don't want this use. These people are fundamentally unsafe. This is a safe neighborhood. That's why we believe that the commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, violated the Fair Housing Act here because they seem to latch on to those arguments.
So with regard to the safety question, I mean, is there evidence that people in these types of facilities, tend to be unsafe in neighborhoods? I would wonder why, they would only be allowed in the backyard, not the front yard, other than a safety issue. Maybe you could address that.
Sure. Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, that is a great question. I think when we propose an application like this, we want it to be successful, and we also want the residents to have a successful behavioral health treatment, and we felt like that was a fair middle ground. We heard comments, certainly at our neighborhood meeting, about safety, and we think that, again, that's a reasonable middle ground.
Okay.
Well, the question I'd have, because I'm familiar with the area out there, and I'm familiar with Boise City sewer lines. Are you a long ways from a Boise City sewer line?
Chairman Beck, unfortunately, we are quite a ways. I want to say a mile, but I could be wrong. It was prohibitively expensive, and as we mentioned earlier on in an earlier application, there's still, as of today, a moratorium from the city of Boise for extending sewer out to this property.
They said they're going to reconsider that.
I heard you say that, but that might be a little late for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, but that's why I asked the question about if you're close, because if you're a mile away from a line, it's cost prohibitive. Well, I don't have any questions right now. You're familiar with our process. You've had your time to present your case. We have, let's see, we have 35 individuals that have signed up, and I might add, if there, for the group, if there's anybody here that did not sign up that wishes to testify, please go back and sign up, because I'm not going to call for people from the podium. So if you want to testify, be sure and go back and sign up, because there's.
Chairman Beck, we have an extra sign-in sheet here, so if they haven't signed up
Okay,
already and want
we'll
to
take it back there and give it to them so they can sign, if anybody wants to sign up, because we want everybody that's here that wants a chance to speak, to have the chance to speak. And here's how we will proceed from here. You've been given ample opportunity to present your case, and we will allow everyone that signed up a chance to speak. And but we're going to limit that to 3 minutes. Address yourself, keep your comments to the relevant issues, and don't get real personal. I will gavel that down. We won't have, this is going to be a respectful discussion. So if anybody wants to sign up, I'll get that, and I'll start. Do we have anybody online that wants to speak, by the way?
We have one person.
Okay, and that person probably signed up first, like yesterday or day before?
They signed up about a week ago.
Okay, well, we'll take that person first, because we've made that mistake in the past where we've gone through everybody here and then they were out of time. So get the person online, we'll take that testimony now.
We have Aaron Smith online.
Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith, are you there? Aaron, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. You signed up to testify and in this hearing. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Give us your name and address first. Well, I know it's Aaron Smith, but give us your address.
My address for my personal address or the address of the business.
Well, whatever your lawyer told you to do.
Well, he didn't say to name the address, so my apologies.
Okay.
I was just going to be on to answer any questions if there was any follow-up questions regarding any clinical questions regarding what we submitted for the therapy and clinical format that we have for the residential program.
Okay, so you might be better for a rebuttal than for testimony now.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, Ms. Aaron Smith submitted our letter with respect to the therapeutic benefits of the 16 folks.
Okay.
And so she is part of the applicant team and available for any questions if you have any.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for the
Yes.
misunderstanding. We didn't realize that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, for her, because I wasn't going to ask you, I was going to ask later. What's the methodology for the staffing of 8 versus 16? How did they develop the staffing criteria?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daly, is that a question as to like ratios? Ratios. So yes, right now we're 2 to 3 staff, with that swing shift. But that's certainly something that's on the table in terms of conditions. But we think that as the census grows, we'll certainly have more staff at a similar ratio of 1 staff per 3 to 4 residents.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just ask, are any of your residents sentenced by a court to stay at the facility, or is everyone there voluntarily?
Voluntarily, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Aaron. If there's any questions on the facilities clinical, you'll be standing by to answer any questions. All right. Now, again, we will take, you'll be given 3 minutes and stand up and give your name and address. And please don't repeat what you've already heard. If you want to just give us a yes or a no, that's sufficient too. But 3 minutes, and then we'll ask you to wrap it up before then. Okay, our first one is Will Stogg. Stoy, okay, excuse me.
Mr. Danis, before I start, can you pull up Will's PowerPoint, please? Will you be rotating slides, or do you want me to do that?
You can do that yourself.
Okay, you got the,
You'll have to point it in this direction.
yeah, I heard that. Okay. Hello, Commissioners, my name is Will Stoy, I live at 11187 West Chapin Avenue. Icarus has claimed they have manner of right to operate, as they claim they fall under the definition of a single-family dwelling. We continue they do not meet this definition, as none of the occupants reside at that facility. Reside means to dwell permanently or continuously, to have a settled abode, or to occupy a place as a legal domicile. While Icarus requires their clients to stay at the facility for 28 days, this would not be considered the client's permanent legal residence, but rather a temporary living arrangement. For example, if one had to stay at a hospital for any type of surgery or illness, would that be considered your residence? We believe, based on the actual services the applicant is offering at this facility, they do not qualify for a matter of right. The word reside and residency is used in many Idaho codes. This slide is just an example of some in which reside or residence is actually defined. The commonality is the terminology of primary home or dwelling, which is where one will return after any duration of departure or absence. I fully recognize the bottom two codes of the slide reference sex offenders, and in no way am I suggesting any of the applicant's clients fit into this category, as they have stated sex offenders are not permitted in their facility. This is just for demonstrative purposes, as these codes actually define reside and residence. There are other areas of Idaho codes that mention reside, such as running for or holding public office, registrations, etc., but those codes seem to use a common sense definition of reside. This is from Icarus's website, pictured in the front of the facility on Chapin Avenue. The highlighted portion states the client will receive medication management. The slide indicates medical management includes a new drug being prescribed, a change to an existing prescription, or simply refilling a current medication. Sources are indicated on the slide. We believe the facility on Chapin is a commercial medical facility and meets the Ada County Code definition of a drug and alcohol treatment facility, not a residential care facility. The Ada County Use Table clearly states a drug and alcohol center is required to have a conditional use permit to operate, no matter how many people. Icarus has represented themselves as a residential care facility. A non-medical residential care facility allows residents to come and go freely and hold jobs, as the residents have a right to freedom of movement. The clients of Icarus are not free to come and go. We believe the facility on Chapin is a commercial medical facility and meets the definition of a drug and alcohol treatment center, and does not meet the zoning standards to operate in an R6 zone location. We request the commission uphold the prior decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission and acknowledge they do not have matter of right. I would also like to state for record that this is a property right issue. We have had neighborhood meetings and discussions, and there has never been any animus feelings towards anyone currently in the Chapin facility or any individual in any state of recovery or any class of people who are simply trying to better their lives. And with that, I say thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Appreciate that. I like when people delve into the law so we can really kind of get to the definition of words. I think that's helpful. You didn't address, though, the other code section we have for residential care facilities, did you?
Yeah, I did not address that because I knew the client would be. I only have 3 minutes. And a residential care facility is specifically non-medical, and the code saying that they have to reside there. I don't think a temporary stay for 28 days is residing. But residential care facility does say non-medical. My research on residential care facilities is, like I said, they allow people to come and go. Residential care facilities and group homes fall into those same definitions. Those are commonly where people live for 6 months to up to 2 years. And that could be for any physical impairment. It could be for Alzheimer's. It could be for any sort of handicap, or it could be for a drug and alcohol recovery, and where they have already gone through a treatment program, and now they are in a state of recovery where they have a job that they go to every day. They're working on remaining and becoming more productive members of society.
And you feel that all of Icarus's patients are only there for 28 days?
That's exactly what they told us at the neighborhood meeting, so I'm going off of their own statements.
And based on, everything that Icarus has presented, whether or not they meet the definition, what's the actual objection to increasing the number of people there?
Well, the main objection is that it doesn't meet the definition of anything that fits in an R6, R6 zoned area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Rusty O'Leary.
Commissioners, my name is Rusty O'Leary. I live at 10701 West Chapin. I can speak on behalf of the residents in our neighborhood and say that not a single one of our residents has expressed any animus towards individuals who seek treatment and recovery from drug or alcohol addictions. Many of us, including myself, are in recovery. Additionally, for nearly 30 years, I owned and operated an agency which provides treatment for substance addictions and severe mental health disorders. This is not an issue about the people in the facility. It is an issue about land use, zoning compliance, and public health. The request for a conditional use permit has been predicated on a false premise. That false premise is that Icarus is only operating a residential care facility. By definition, a residential care facility does not provide medical or treatment services. Icarus identifies and markets itself as a medical facility providing residential drug and alcohol treatment services. Because the original application was based on a false premise, the previous findings and recommendations by the Development Service staff are without merit. The staff reports indicate all utilities are adequate. This is false. The existing on-site septic system is not approved. Icarus claims it will install above-ground incinerators. This technical workaround does not convert an incompatible use into a permitted use. Additionally, Central District Health requires this half-acre piece of property within a large R6 zoned area to be rezoned to commercial use. Rezoning is permanent and future regulations would be minimal. This will lead to spot zoning. Although allowing this spot zoning is arbitrary and would only benefit Icarus without consideration for the public good. The Fair Housing Act does not apply. In a 2019 case, the California court found, quote, "This case underscores that residential properties housing patients for treatment can be treated as medical institution uses, not dwellings protected by the Fair Housing Act. Housing must function as a traditional residence to qualify for protection," unquote. Rezoning the small parcel to commercial use is a fundamental change to the zoning of the larger R6 area. Icarus's request for this conditional use permit and the spot zoning of this parcel are actually unreasonable requests, and the Fair Housing Act does not afford any protection. This request should be denied. Can I clarify any of my comments?
Okay, is there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny Stoy.
Number 2, Jennifer Stoy, please. Hello, my name is Jenny Stoy, and I live at 11187 West Chapin Avenue. On July 20th, we heard yelling out front, and we called the police for a disorderly subject at the facility. I can play the video. Oh, how do I go back and play the video? Can you play that video?
Just a second. There you go. 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 There you go.
Okay.
I think so, I'm not sure where.
No, you should hold it.
And we're going to have a few embedded audios and videos, so.
Thank you.
So our IT guy can stay up there and help you get through it.
Okay. Maybe you can tell us what we're waiting to hear.
Sure. So on July 20th, we were out back gardening and we heard yelling in the front yard. We went out front and there was a subject out in the front area along the street, and he was yelling and screaming about wanting to leave the facility and that they wouldn't give him his belongings. It went on for approximately 11 minutes. Ada County Sheriff's Office finally came out, or from what we could see without hearing it, they told the staff to give him his belongings and they transported him to a crisis center.
Did someone in your neighborhood call the sheriff?
We
or-
did.
You did, okay.
We did, yes.
And they responded, it took about 11 minutes to
About
respond.
11 minutes, yeah.
I do know they patrol that area, but not because of the place, but they just patrol the area.
Well, I'll skip to a next section while we're waiting. So then some more calls. Icarus has called the police on their direct neighbors and the public 3 times.
I think it's usually about picking up the speaker.
Well, we don't, just go, let's just go ahead.
Okay.
We can have it available, it'll be on the record, we can listen to it.
Am I getting it?
Just go ahead.
Okay. So next. This is our house in proximity to the facility. Our house is the blue house on the right. The facility is the house on the left. Icarus has called the police on their direct neighbors and the public 3 times. On July 17th and July 20th, police came out for a disorderly subject in the front yard. On December 17th, a patient called 911 and stated it was a life and death situation and that another patient wanted to kill him. On January 2nd, a person was forcefully throwing something repeatedly in the side yard with no sign of supervision, and fence boards had been busted out. On January 3rd, an ambulance came and transported a person away. On January 6th, at approximately 4 p.m., a man with 2 suitcases left the house and went to the corner of Chapin and Cowan. At approximately 4:18, a vehicle picked him up. At 4:23, the school bus dropped off the kids at the same corner. On January 11th, another ambulance came and took a woman away. Icarus has told us that their guests will be suffering from co-occurring mental health and substance abuse disorders of moderate levels. Icarus has assured us that there will be, in quotes, continuous supervision whenever residents are outdoors, typically in the backyard. No residents are permitted outdoors without staff present. Never in an ungated area of the property at any point in time, so there's pretty much confined to the backyard areas, end quote. Icarus has installed alarms on the windows and a security system. I would assert that this is an acknowledgement that there may be safety concerns. Per Ada County Code 85A5, the proposed use shall not adversely impact the health and safety of surrounding residents. The rights that Icarus asserts belong to them do not supersede our rights to quiet enjoyment of our properties. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Thank you. And by the way, your documents will be on a record, we can review them.
Okay, thanks. There's multiple video,
Yeah.
pieces of that video.
Okay, your documents are on the record, and we will have them to review. Okay, Bill Elder.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is William Elder. I live at 7705 South Valley Heights Drive. I've lived there for 44 years. It's my neighborhood I live in, and this is part of it. I drive by the facility as my exit point every day. Often there's 3 to 5 vehicles in the weekdays in the driveways. On the weekends, not so much, 0 to 1 maybe. And there's an audio to play when at initial February meeting at the neighborhood meeting, and it's labeled number 4, Bill Neighborhood Meeting. Medical staff, what they're describing, what their medical staff is capable of and what they have on the site at all times. So, can you play that? Yep. And then that's basically all I have. So. But I.
You turn the volume up a little bit.
We've turned it to maximum. I think it's coming out of this computer only. I'm not sure why.
At any rate.
Sorry, we didn't anticipate we'd have so much technical difficulties.
That's
or-
cool. It's like you say, it'd be on the record, and I just want.
Record, we can listen to it out.
For record, I do oppose this. I've lived there 44 years, so.
Okay, all right.
And we will note the ones that have that kind of, we can listen to them.
We can listen to that
Okay.
if we need to, if we can.
Thank you.
If we need to continue our deliberation, so,
Am I good to go?
yeah, go ahead. All right.
How many other people have AV presentations? Show of hands, just curious. Okay.
Well-
So we'll have them continue to try to figure it out maybe before you come up and testify.
All right, Anna Piston?
So I have a PowerPoint over there, but I also just have copies that I can just submit.
Well, if you have PowerPoint, you ready for the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do the PowerPoint.
Number 9, Anna.
If it's not an audio, I think we're okay.
My name is Anna Piston. I live at 7399 South Valley Heights Drive. I'd like to just voice a few things regarding the incinerator system. At the September 25th, 2025 public hearing, the applicant's legal counsel, Mr. Bauer, presented a PowerPoint slide that, and he also did tonight, that the incinerator system was approved and allowed by the DEQ. This was misleading. The incinerator system proposed on this property has not been approved, and an application has not yet been submitted or reviewed and considered. I need the other. That, yes, thank you. As shown in this transmittal letter from CDH to Ada County Zoning dating September 8, 2025, Ms. Badijan states that the only septic system allowed for this project use is a whole house incinerator system. A permit must be obtained, system installed, inspected, and approved before increasing the occupancy. Even then, there is no guarantee that a permit would be issued. The incinerator, if installed, would not be compatible with surrounding properties. It would also potentially be detrimental to public health and safety. If you could switch to the second one now, thank you. As shown in this email dated August 13, 2025, from Ms. Badijan, Central District Health, will not issue a septic permit unless the county commissioners choose to approve a change of use of this property to commercial. By changing the property's use from residential to commercial, this will be a fundamental alteration of Ada County zoning ordinances and would change the dynamics of our neighborhood. This is not a reasonable accommodation under the Federal Fair Housing Acts. Also, if this property is changed to commercial, there are no guarantees of future businesses that could operate on this property. I thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Morgan Lutgen?
I do have a slide also, a single slide. It's number 7 on the submitted drive. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Morgan Lutgen. I live at 11501 West Hidden Valley Rim Road. I'm here to state my opposition to the granting of the conditional use permit and would like to take my allotted time actually, to speak regarding the proposed incinerator system as well. The applicant's engineers proposed installation of a non-discharging individual wastewater incinerator at the property located at 11101 West Chapin Ave. Installation of this incinerator system is not associated with a disability-related need. The reason the applicant is proposing the incinerator system is because the existing septic system at the property is insufficient for both the current use and the proposed commercial facility. The current septic system has been denied by Central District Health, as you can see from the application denied, dated on May 15th of 2025. Installation of the incinerator system, as stated previously, would permanently and significantly alter the fundamental nature of the property. It would potentially discharge combustive gases, adding to air pollution, which is not something we look for in an inversion time and environment that's prone to such, further impacting air quality standards, resulting in environmental impact and detriment to public health, safety, and welfare. Again, this proposed modification is strictly to increase the capacity of the facility. Increasing patient numbers in a care facility solely to increase profit is not a reasonable accommodation under Federal Fair Housing Act. Also, as Central District Health denied the original septic application, which is a condition of approval required before the property can operate, and a conditional use permit has not been issued, it might be argued that the applicant's not legally operating currently and is in potential violation of Idaho's individual subsurface sewage disposal rules, IDAPA 58.01.03, and if operating at an A+1 capacity as CDH only approved the existing system for 5+1. I yield the remainder of my time to any presenters following. Thank you for your time.
Well, is there any questions from the commission? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd say a question for staff, but it's the last two people have mentioned some inconsistencies on the septic system here. Maybe staff could address that, because if Central District Health is saying,
Let's continue taking testimony, and we can get to the questions of staff and get delving into it later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Piston?
Hello, my name's Ron Piston. Address is 7399 South Valley Heights Drive. I want to respond to Givens Persley's memorandum, which asserts that Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission disregarded the staff report, acted arbitrarily and capriciously, and wrongly denied the project. These claims are not accurate. Exhibit B of the memorandum claims that the project meets all 9 CUP criteria. This is incorrect. The staff report did not assess impacts from the existing septic and the proposed incinerator. Consistent with testimony presented at the previous hearing, statements presented by the neighborhood tonight serve as further documentation that the facility is detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, would create undue adverse impacts to surrounding properties, does not comply with county ordinances or state and federal regulations, and does not have adequate septic. Central District Health has denied the existing septic system, determining it is undersized, will only accommodate 6 people, will not pass a nutrient pathogen study, and is not compliant with DEQ regulations because the property is located in the nitrate priority area. The facility is currently operating above the existing septic capacity, which may lead to system failure, as we have seen before. This violates Idaho law, as you see on this first slide, and endangers public health and safety. Central District Health has concluded that the incinerator is required for a facility that has more than 6 people, regardless of whether a CUP is granted. However, approval from Central District Health is not guaranteed. The applicant's engineer has stated that no physical alterations are planned and the property will remain unchanged. This statement is not accurate. Installation of an incinerator would fundamentally alter the character of the property and would not be compatible to surrounding homes. As shown on slide 2, the property is within an air quality maintenance area for carbon monoxide and particulate matter 10, and an area of concern for ozone and particulate matter 2.5. These priority designations aim to protect public health due to current air quality levels that are nearing or exceeding standards. Daily operation of the incinerator will emit combustion gases and further impact air quality. As you can see there, is in violation of state codes. As shown on slide 3, when air quality exceeds EPA standards, the use of incinerators for disposal of any type of solid or liquid waste is not allowed. Therefore, during these air quality episodes, operation of the incinerator may not be required. Or, I'm sorry, may not be permitted. With that, I want to thank you for our time, and please let me know if I can clarify any statements or if you have any questions.
Okay, is there any questions from the commission? Thank you. Shirley Andre.
My presentation 6, Shirley. Good evening, my name is Shirley Andre. I reside at 11309 Valley Heights Circle. I've lived there for 42 plus years. My presentation today intends to further show that Icarus is operating as a drug and alcohol treatment center versus a residential care facility, as they have stated in their application. The first slide shows the homepage of the Icarus, Idaho webpage. Note the photos of the facility at 11101 West Chapin with the words Addiction Treatment Center. Next slide, please. On their court-ordered rehab page, they note the word treatment and treatment facility multiple times, not the words residential care facility. Next slide. Here they describe their care model and specifically identify it as inpatient treatment that will next lead to partial hospitalization. Does this meet the definition of residential care? Next slide. So this next slide is a snip of the February meeting, and I don't know if you'll be able to play it.
That's around technical difficulties.
Yeah, our audio issues still haven't been solved.
Okay. Well, it describes in Icarus's own words their patients, in their own words. I also wanted to make sure that I pointed out that the Central District Health will only permit that incinerator if that property is zoned as commercial. And so I don't know if that requires them to submit another application or something, but I oppose it being changed to commercial because I feel like that opens it up for anything else. Based on the other testimony that you've heard, I feel like this application is detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of us neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of the, good, thank
Sure.
you. Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember what they said in the audio clip?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, it'll be in the record. We can listen to it later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry Belize.
Good evening. I'm Larry Belizzi. I live at 7680 South Cowan, and I've lived there for 23 years. The facility in question is in the Sunset Villa subdivision, and there are active CCNRs in place. The very first item in the CCNRs is a prohibition of a residence being operated as a business. Over the past few years, complaints have been filed with code enforcement and at least 2 vehicle maintenance shops, one of them on Chapin Avenue, and an HVAC service company. And years ago, a spray tan salon was at this very address, 11101 West Chapin, have all been shut down in this neighborhood. This shows the homeowners in Sunset Villa are opposed to businesses being run in the neighborhood, and we are not singling out this facility. Legally, notice of CCRs must be disclosed during the purchase of a property. And there is a clip number 5 that I can imagine it's an audio clip, not working?
Not working, unfortunately.
Okay. In the February neighborhood meeting where Icarus property owner states that they were not notified of the CCNRs during sale. But they are still active, so that's pretty much the crux of it.
Okay. Any questions?
Oh, do you, the audio's not working. I have the copies of the CCNR, so.
Okay, well, if you'd like to just submit that for the record, and if we don't have it, that'd be
Okay.
fine.
And, yeah.
All right, thank you. Here you go.
Yeah, in their highlight.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Erica Bermasolo?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Brent, do we got a hope of getting audio worked out, or are we just going to call it for audio tonight?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I was made aware that there is another way. These recordings that they wanted to play are on a phone, that they could play them into a microphone if you'd like to hear them this evening, or you could review them, at a later date.
We can review them at a later date. We want to move along. We'll do that process. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Erica Bermansole. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, just for staff, if you would help us identify the ones that do have it, so when we go through them, we'll know to listen to them.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Erica Bermansole. I live at 11202 Valley Heights Circle, Boise 83709. I've lived there for 15 years. I work in healthcare administration. I have over 10 years' experience in healthcare operations, licensing, credentialing providers, provider placement. I'll try not to repeat the medical indication of this facility, but I'm here to oppose this appeal because the proposed use does not fit an R6 zoning district. This is not about who receives care. It is about what kind of use is being proposed and whether that use belongs in this zone. The R6 zone is not intended for medical or institutional treatment facilities. Cognitive behavioral therapy that was mentioned earlier by the applicant is considered treatment, and it is a part of a plan. Sometimes it can be coincided with medication. So, and it's chargeable by health insurance. Those services are healthcare treatment, not residential living. Treatment starting at the applicant's outpatient facility and ending with the inpatient treatment is all part of a clinically supervised treatment plan. Under Idaho health and welfare definitions, facilities that provide organized behavioral health or substance use treatment are regulated as healthcare services. They have defined levels of care and require clinical oversight. That is very different from residential home. This difference matters for zoning. When a facility provides structured treatment, employs licensed clinicians, and operates under healthcare regulations, it functions as a medical or institutional use. That type of use is not allowed outright in the R6 zone because it brings impacts upon beyond normal residential living, such as staffing schedules, shift changes, and emergency response needs. Approving this appeal would reclassify a healthcare treatment facility as a residential use. That would weaken the purpose of the R6 zone and set a precedence for medical or institutional uses to move into neighborhoods without proper zoning review. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny this appeal based on improper land use in an R6 zoning district. Thank you. I also have 2 job postings for the facility, and therefore clinical therapists and a counselor that I'd like to submit that. And they also have their provider here online too for the facility that is providing clinical oversight for a residential home.
Would you like to leave those applications for the record?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Pending any questions?
Is there any questions from the board? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Whitsitt? Is Joe Whitsitt here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, come on up then.
Sorry, long way to go. So Whitsitt, 784 Carson Street. I live approximately 75 feet from the home that is asking for the CEP of the facility. I'd like to thank your time for tonight. Pictures I'm going to show you, will you bring up number 8, please, for Joe? These are the property and the property fence lines of the home that's asking for the conditional use permits. I'll just continue on. On the 19th of December, we came home and their fence on that side facing Chapin Street was busted. Hit so hard from the inside of that fence that it knocked pieces of their fence into my neighbor's yard. We came home, on January 2nd, about 1:15, and another portion of their fence had been kicked out and busted, portions of that laying in the street. I have family members that live just to the south of that home, and their fence has been kicked out and busted from the inside of that property. Right there in that corner is their smoking area. They all stand there and smoke. They stare over the fence at us. We can't say anything to them. That's just not allowed. But we feel uncomfortable having to walk by them. My wife has to take care of her mother over there, and it's very uncomfortable. We can't do anything about it. We can't take pictures of that situation because of the HIPAA rules, apparently. So I can't prove that, but it does happen. And they say that there's nonviolent people over there, yet your fence is busted out to the point where it's launched 20 feet across the road. See the picture on the bottom right, where the arrow is. The picture on the upper left is the actual fence that piece belongs to. The next picture over on the right, that is the fence that was broken at approximately 1:15. My Ring camera picked that up. I don't know how to upload that, but I do have it. They state that there's a 6-foot fence. That's not true. It's a 3-foot fence, and there should be a picture of a measuring tape up against the fence, but it's a 3-foot chain link fence that runs 60 feet across the backyard. And there's a couple sickly little arborvitaes that kind of block the view of their backyard. That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions before you leave?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
so are you saying a taller fence would be helpful in this situation?
I don't believe so. If they're willing to knock out the 6-foot fence that's running up beside that other road, what good does that do?
Well, you said you're making eye contact with people staring at you, so would a taller fence help in that situation?
Well, of course, you can't see over that then, but right at that point, they can still see over it right now. But yes, a taller fence would stop them from being able to see onto us. You talk about protected class. Everybody has that a little bit. I mean, as a veteran, I have that. There are several veterans in the neighborhood. Most of our neighborhood is elderly. They're all protected. So it goes back and forth.
And were you told that HIPAA affects your right to take pictures in public?
You cannot take we were told that we cannot interact with these folks. That was said in the garage. It was also said that, excuse me while I look onto this. They asked if this was a done deal. And the individual that was running the meeting said, yes, this is nothing more than a formality for you. That was their exact words.
Yep.
Another thing they said, if I may,
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you can finish answering Commissioner Davidson's questions.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
You can finish answering Davidson's questions, Commissioner Davidson's
Another thing they said was that once the individual leaves their property, they are no longer responsible for them. Okay, so they're agitated, they walk out the house, they walk out the backyard, their fence is open half the time, the gate. Now they're left into the neighborhood. Their lawyer said, once they're gone, they're gone. Plain and simple.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vonda Whitsitt.
Good evening. My name is Vonda Whitsitt. I live at 7483 Carson Street. I've lived at the residence for 22 years. I actually moved back into the neighborhood. I grew up at 7482 Carson Street, where my 80-year-old mother now lives by herself. After serving in the Army, I moved back because I liked the neighborhood so much that that's where I wanted to raise my own children. I'd like to start out with the application that was submitted. There were a lot of inconsistencies with the initial application. Things such as They claim that it's a 28-day or less stay, and it's a behavioral health residential care program with a 28-day or less. But yet, if you go to their website, and yes, we keep being told the website has all of their locations on there. It's wordplay. That's what I'm hearing is wordplay. We can't actually narrow down what is really happening at this residence. They also stated in the application, they emphasized that there is rear and side yards where there is a 6-foot wood privacy fence, which my husband demonstrated that that is not the case. At the last hearing, they commented that that was an oversight. When you submit an application at this level, there shouldn't be oversights of this significance. That's kind of a big deal. We probably would have not been nearly as upset or nervous about this had at that neighborhood meeting, all the securities that they were mentioning that they were going to put in place made me more conscious of what potential risks there were. I wasn't even thinking of those things. It just didn't dawn on me that it was potentially this dangerous to have something like this in my neighborhood. They also stated on the application that it's a 5-bedroom, 4 bathrooms, which I have the flyer from when the home was sold, when we had these great ambitions that there was going to be children trick-or-treating in our neighborhood, and that was who I thought would buy this property, but that's not the case. And it also says 5 bedrooms, 4 baths. But yet, on their letter to Central District Health for their septic permit, they listed 9 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Again, another inconsistency that doesn't make sense to me as a person looking at this on the outside. The attorney stated when they realized the oversight that they continue to say they've done quite a bit of due diligence. I'm not sure how you could miss that you don't have a 6-foot wooden privacy fence. Yes, the arborvitaes have been there. They were there when I was a child, and we used to pass pastries between that fence. You can see through that fence as the picture that my husband demonstrated for you. They say that that arborvitae is a buffer. In the pictures that you can see, this is their property. This is my mother's property. She sits on her front porch, which is within 50 feet. And it's a fact. The conversations that you can hear are not appropriate for anyone to hear. They talk about their lives, the way things are going. I've learned how you can pass a DUI if you're pulled over, what you should do to pass your breathalyzer test.
Okay. If you'd like to provide your documents to the record, well, we'll keep it to the record. Any questions for this, for Vonda? Okay. If you'd like to provide the documents, it would be a part of the record. Thank you. Mary Kelly.
I strongly oppose. I'm Mary Kelly, I'm 80 years old, and I live at 7482 Carson Street.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine Wells.
Opposed.
Thank you.
Just state your name and address for the record when you stand up.
Wells, 11290 Chapin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Georgia Witt, or Wirt?
Georgia Witt, 11252 West Chapin Avenue, and I oppose.
Okay, thank you. Roger Andre.
110309 Valley Heights Circle. I strongly oppose to the public safety.
Okay, thank you. Deborah Banner.
Deborah Banner, 7334 South Hilltop Way, and I oppose for all the aforementioned reasons.
Thank you. Chad Dickinson.
Chad Dickinson, 11411 West Southview Court, Boise, Idaho, 83709. I've lived in the neighborhood for 45 years. I feel like it might be a little bit of a competition, so I'm just trying to. Anyway, as I digress, I just wanted to read I feel that the Fair Housing Act is being used as unjustly reasoning for their ability to put this facility and to do what they're doing inside of our subdivision. And I just wanted to read a little excerpt for that. Basically, the Fair Housing Act generally does not apply to short-term facilities because they are typically considered inpatient medical care facilities or transient lodging, not dwellings. FHA applies to dwellings, which are defined as residents intended for occupancy of more than a brief transient stay. Courts have determined that facilities primarily providing medical care and intended for temporary stays, such as hospitals or short-term rehabilitation centers, fall outside of the FHA's scope. So for this reason, I feel that their application should be denied.
Okay, any questions for Chad?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
can you just cite, what were you reading from?
I actually did just a search on medical facilities and the use of the FHA.
That's Google result?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Zaris Salamashian,
Sorry, Salmasian, I oppose.
thank you. Yeah, give us your address.
11240 West Valley Heights Circle.
Thank you. Casey Burr Masolo.
Good evening, Casey Berman Solo, live at 11202 West Valley Heights Circle, and I oppose this application. I think everyone here present and yourselves and the Planning and Zoning Commission all smart enough to see what this is. I think if there's any consistency that you've seen is the inconsistencies. And it really began from that first neighborhood meeting when all these promises were made, or securities, where this was only going to be a treatment facility for first responders and military members. And being a military member, it was just everything that they could say to appease the neighborhood. And again, everything, please listen to the recording when the audio actually works. That they're just hidden. Well, you can make up for your own mind that it's just misled the neighborhood, and just the inconsistencies from the application to all, even to tonight with Mr. Bauer. So here to oppose it, and I think we all have smart enough people to make the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Matt Hotbit.
Matt Hotbit, 7620 South Cowan Street. I oppose.
Thank you. Sherry Turner. There's two Sherrys.
I'm Sherry. Oh, sorry. Whoa. I live at 11060 West Columbia Road. I'm a very nervous type speaker, so with your permission, Commission, is that I am going to have Deb read my statement for me. And I've also provided Brent with a copy of the statement as well.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Sherry Turner and reside at 11060 West Columbia Road, Boise, Idaho. I'm here to urge you to uphold your initial decision to deny the conditional use permit requested for expansion of this facility located at 11101 West Chapin. This is not a debate about the value of treatment services. We all recognize the importance of helping individuals in recovery. The issue before you is whether this particular location within a medium-density residential neighborhood built on individual septic systems is appropriate for the scale of operation the applicant is proposing. Right now, the facility houses 8 residents and 2 staff. The applicant is asking to double the number of residents to 16. That change is not minor. It fundamentally alters the intensity of use on a property that was never designed to support that level of occupancy. The most significant concern to me is the septic system. As you know, every home in the subdivision relies on individual septic tanks. These systems were engineered for single-family residential use, not for a commercial level operation with continuous high-volume wastewater output. Central District Health confirmed that the existing septic system cannot safely or legally support 16 residents. To meet the increased demand, the applicant would need to install a full-scale whole-house incinerator septic system, something far beyond what is typical or compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This is not a simple upgrade, it is a major infrastructure installation that introduces new risks, new maintenance demands, and new potential points of failure. It also raises serious questions about long-term environmental impacts, groundwater protection, air quality, and the burden placed on nearby properties if the system malfunctions. The conditional use permit process exists precisely for situations like this. It allows you to evaluate whether a proposed use fits the character, capacity, and infrastructure of the area. In this case, the facts are clear. The infrastructure cannot support the expansion. Approving a CUP that requires such an extreme septic solution would set a precedent that any residential property could be pushed far beyond its intended limits simply by adding specialized equipment. That undermines the purpose of zoning and erodes the protections residents rely on. Your original decision was grounded in sound planning principles, compatibility with surrounding uses, protection of public health, and preservation of neighborhood character. Nothing has changed that would justify reversing that decision. The applicant's need for expansion does not override the physical limitations of the site or the legitimate concerns of the community. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to uphold your initial denial of the CUP. This is not the right location for a facility of this size, and the infrastructure challenges alone make the expansion inappropriate and unsustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thank you, Sherry's.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Nisku.
Patty Heesh, strongly oppose, 10567 West Bigwood Drive.
Thank you. Bill Kinnett.
William Kinnett, 7248 Hilltop Way. I adamantly oppose it.
Thank you. Christy Meehan.
Christine Meehan, 7368 Hilltop Way, West Idaho, and I strongly oppose it for all of the reasons.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Daniel Meehan.
I'm Daniel Meehan, Christie's husband, 7368 Hilltop Way. I lived there 2 years and like to live there much longer. The facility shouldn't be there at all. This Fair Housing Act thing, they're not family members. Don't stay for more than 28 days. And if they all stayed for full 28 days, that'd be 200 different people would live there in a year. And they think we should increase it to 400 different people live there for a year. How's this family reunion gonna work in 10 years? They'd need 4,000 people would show up for their family. It's not a family. It's a distortion of manipulation of interpretation to get something they want. They knew what they were buying when they bought this property. They spent $1.2 million for it. It's the most expensive house in the neighborhood. They could have had a place built on a bare lot in the desert, and that's where it should be, not in our family community. This is injustice that they're allowed. I drive by that road quite often, and the gate's wide open in the middle of the night. It's open during the day. Multiple times I've seen it. I've seen people out front talking to other people in the car that were right in front of the house that something looks like it's not right. And it's a dangerous situation. To allow this to continue, the odds are that the state of Idaho is going to get sued for allowing it. It's just not plain right. It's, I call it BS, but not for what you think BS is. It's for blindly stupid. That's what it is. It's not fair that we should have to protect our rights for this multi-state corporation trying to increase their profits with a minimal amount of expense. I question the training. Are these guys graduates of Taco Bell? And now they're going to walk and watch TV while the rest of the residents are communicating? We've been lied to. And from the very beginning, they said this was a formality and a done deal. You'll hear it on the recording. They didn't have enough paper for everybody to sign in. They only expected 15, and there was more like 150. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Okay, thank you.
I oppose.
Ben Barkus. Oh, Bonnie.
My name is Bonnie Barkus. I live at 11150 West Chapin Avenue, which is directly across this street to the north from the house in question. I have 20 acres, and obviously I'm doing farm type stuff. I raise a rare breed of sheep, and I've got one horse. So to me, having this type of facility directly across from me, it causes concerns for me. I live alone. I'm 73 now. I don't hear a lot of what's going on across the street from me because my house is a straw bale house, so it's really quiet. But I hear from neighbors about all kinds of weird things going on out there. I went out for a walk one day, and they've got a van with blacked out windows on it that they haul people around in, and he almost backed over me. So there's safety concerns for me with a lot of traffic directly across from where I live. I agree with everybody else. This company has not been straightforward from the get-go. They've said things that they've had to retract or that are a misrepresentation of what they're doing in this house. I find it interesting that, you know, they say there's 9 bedrooms in the house, there's only 5. Some of those are in the basement, which I've been in the basement, unless they've knocked some walls out in that basement down there. I don't know how they can get away with having 3 people per bedroom, because that's about what that figures out if you go with 16. Plus, that doesn't count the staff. You know, we're talking 16 patients, and if they do 1 staff for every 3, we're looking at 20 people over there in that house all the time. So I obviously oppose, and if you've got any questions, I'm...
All right, any questions from the commission? Okay, thank you. Krista Bartlett. Or Krista Butler.
Butler, Krista Butler, 7483 South 10th Street. I oppose. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Larry Borens. Barons.
Larry Barons, 10852 West Moss Drive, and I strongly oppose this. This is nothing more than a corporation trying to twist the words of the Fair Housing Act. They're an inpatient treatment center. They should not be allowed to be in our neighborhood at all. We're an older neighborhood. It's very family orientated. I'll be blunt, I don't want them there. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Joe Canning?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm with the applicant.
Okay. Beth Franks?
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Beth Franks. I live at 6825 South Santa Cruz Drive. I am less than a mile from the property. Many of my neighbors have said the things that I was going to address. What I am going to use my time to do is draw your attention to one of the items that was in the memorandum in support of appeal. I am referencing page 6. And this section is talking about, what is the header? The project complies with Ada County CUP required findings, and they reference law. They reference a case, Smith & Lee Associates, Inc. versus City of Taylor, Michigan, the top of that page. What I'd like to draw your attention to is in that ruling, though that law was citing an additional 3 residents over 6, and they stated the residents of these homes live like most of the other families in their neighborhoods. Everything that we've been hearing about the restrictions on the residents is 28 days of residence, is 28 days of temporary stay. All of the restrictions for where they can be, when they can leave, etc., doesn't sound to me like living like most of the other families in their neighborhoods. This is different. And as many of my neighbors have said, we believe that this is not covered because this is not residential use, this is medical. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Craig Logan.
Craig Logan, 10869 West Parker Avenue. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, nice to see you this evening. I oppose. And I was just going to say I oppose, but there's some inconsistencies going on. Just tonight. An accusation that the Planning and Zoning Commission violated the Fair Housing Act law. Good luck to you if you oppose this, because they'll probably come after you all too. I hope you do. I hope you oppose it. I hope you support your Planning and Zoning Commission, support them and their calls. 8 individuals, 16 individuals. From a layman's perspective, I think the facility with 8 people might actually be a done deal. I disagree with that, though. There's a question on verbiage, residential versus inpatient, outpatient. So some of that needs to be discussed or looked at from a more knowledgeable perspective than what I have. I'm just an old retired military guy, so I don't read the law that much. I mean, I used to. As a program manager for the Public Communications Commission here in Idaho, so I do have a little bit of background in the law. What I really have a problem with is people rolling in and barreling into a community and riding roughshod, and things that I've heard tonight just really irritate me, which is why I approached the mic. And then veiled threats. I called them on there. Veiled threats at the last Planning and Zoning Commission, and I think I'll do that now. You're catching some veiled threats, which is horse poo. And with that, I would stand for any questions, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Carla Coburn.
Carla Coburn, 7287 Southfield Parkway, opposed.
Okay, thank you. Daryl Jones, or Derek Jones.
Hello, my name is Daryl Jones. I live at 10898 West Chapin Avenue. My property is across the street and about 300 feet from this commercial enterprise. Imagine that an out-of-state corporation bought the home next door, held a neighborhood meeting, and announced that they were opening a clinic for behavioral health disorders in the house, with a medical team that includes a physician, nurses, licensed therapists, and other health professionals. Imagine your dismay when they tell you that Planning and Zoning had already approved their conditional use permit, and the meeting was just a courtesy to let the neighborhood know that they plan to operate a business in the house. Imagine over 100 people attending the meeting and only a few being allowed to ask questions, comment, or voice concerns before the meeting is shut down. Imagine finding out later that Central District Health denied a permit for the property next door, stating it would be impossible to install an adequate septic system. Imagine finding out this corporation has misrepresented their business as a residential care facility in their application, but they are an accredited medical facility, and their website states their new facility is a medical facility for treatment of drug addiction, alcohol addiction, mental disorders, detox, and rehabilitation. Imagine your dismay when this corporation knowingly in violation of subdivision covenants and without obtaining a conditional use permit, opens their clinic and starts accepting patients. Imagine that corporation trying to rezone this house for commercial use so they can install and operate incinerators because the property is too small for their commercial enterprise. This is exactly what Arcturus has done. Please stop this national corporation from operating a corporate enterprise and medical facility in a residential home designed for family living. I support residential, not commercial use of this property. I have handicapped and disabled family members and fully support making accommodations to meet those needs. Contrary carriers claim they have failed to obtain district health septic approval. I'm opposed to this conditional use permit. I'm opposed to rezoning this property for commercial use. I'm opposed to a corporation operating a business in violation of subdivision covenants. Conditional use permits are not a right. If they were, we wouldn't be here. Please vote on this issue as if this out-of-state corporation bought the house next door and was operating next to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions? Good, thank you. Barbara Sanchez.
Sitting too long, my legs aren't working. It's okay. Take your time. My name is Barbara Sanchez. I live at 7224 South Hilltop Way for the last 50 years. Third house on the street.
So far, you got the record.
I actually know a couple that beat me. But anyway, I'm really, with my whole heart and soul, opposed. I mentioned that at the last meeting. Everybody has said everything I wanted to say. I just have this feeling Ada County isn't lacking in property. Why is a business forcing itself into a residential area? It doesn't make any sense. For businesses, for profit. We're residents. We're not there for our profit. We're there for our life. So please consider that. And I don't know. I think these guys, why invest all this money, have a giant fight to push themselves in a residential area? Let them go where businesses are supposed to be. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anna Marie Wise.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Anne Marie Wise. I'm at 7429 South Cowan Street, and I'm opposed. I know everyone's kind of already talked about like the people walking on the street, and I want to talk about the 6-foot fence. I live directly next to them. We share a fence. We built a fence before they sold the house, and they acquired it. On Thanksgiving, I look out my window at 8:30 in the morning, and there are 2 women that have climbed up on the fence. The top of their fence is under their armpits, and they are hanging over my fence into my backyard to look at my chickens. I don't know what. Then over Christmas break, there was a man and a woman hanging over the fence yelling, "Shut the F up," to our chickens in the afternoon. We have small children. It's violating our right to quiet and peaceful enjoyment of our property. It's a 6-foot fence. I don't know what more that we can do to keep them out of our zone and area. We can hear them cursing and all of their conversations, and it's really upsetting. I want people to be able to get the help that they need. I'm 1,000%, but we bought this as our forever home to raise our family, not expecting a business to move in next door to us. We bought this. You could see my son's school from our house, from our front yard. That's all.
Any questions?
I do want to add, both incidents that we were outside and we heard them, we never heard a supervisor or anybody tell them to get away from the fence, get down, to stop. There was nothing. They were just out there.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Matt Halcombs? Is there a Matt Halcombs here? He must have left. Okay, that concludes the sign up, that people who've signed up.
No, there must be more.
Where are they?
Is there a backside of the sheet, Mr. Chairman?
I've got all the sheets here,
They are two-sided.
and I've used both sides. Oh, wait, there's another sheet. You're right, there's another sheet here. Excuse me. Yep, there is another sheet. I apologize.
And Mr. Chairman, I will use this pause as an opportunity to reiterate that if you had interest in, viewing the video or listening to the audio files, we do have the option to play the audio files or pause to let our information technology expert in the back take a look at the system if that's of interest.
Okay, yeah, well, I apologize because I didn't see the backside of this one sheet, but we have another 16 to speak, so you're gonna all get the chance, so, I'm sorry. Okay, Loretta Barons.
Loretta Barons, 10852 West Moss Drive, opposed.
Okay. Lynn Stevenson.
Lynn Stevenson, 7261 Glen Ridge View Drive, strongly opposed.
Thank you. Tom Franks.
825 South Santa Cruz, Tom Franks.
Okay,
Commissioners. I wish to address the subject of discrimination. By my count, Icarus has used that term 15 times in their appeal letter. Let me be clear, we are not here for the purpose of discrimination. If Icarus were all about wings and they decided to put in an avian sanctuary at this address, we would object. It would not matter if it were starlings, an invasive species, or bald eagles, a protected species. We would object. Why? Because it would be an inappropriate use of the property. It would be inconsistent with the zoning. And the reasons behind this hypothetical case would be the same as the reasons behind the actual case. Be it a filth of starlings or a convocation of eagles, how are you going to dispose of the waste? What about the smell? And the noise is not in keeping with a residential neighborhood. It is not about the people, it is about the property. Discrimination is not the issue here. I would like you to think about what Icarus says about the noise. In section 7 of their appeal letter, they respond to the incident of one resident screaming in the driveway of the property by claiming that this evidence is not inconsistent with normal and customary activities in a residential district. I do not know where they have lived, but that behavior is neither normal nor customary in any neighborhood I have ever lived in. Perhaps if you live next to a stadium or a concert venue or an amusement park, this might be normal. But those neighborhoods should be zoned mixed use. This neighborhood is not. If my neighbor is outside screaming something is seriously wrong. It's probably time to call the police. It is certainly not normal. But I can tell you what is normal. Receiving visitors. Stepping out the front door. Stepping out the front door and then going back inside. Stepping out the back door without needing to be supervised. These behaviors are not allowed for Icarus's residents. Why not? Because they are not residents. They are patients. If they were residents, to use Icarus's own language in Section 8 of their appeal letter, this constitutes disparate treatment, which is synonymous with intentional discrimination. But Icarus doesn't see this as discrimination because they know they are patients, a rose by any other name. Being patients, this is a medical facility. Icarus is trying to have it both ways. You can't do that. As with a refuge, this is the wrong use of the property. In a nutshell, Icarus is trying to make the case that the rules do not apply to them because they are special. I would like you to consider the results of applying that logic as they are currently on display. One city is torn apart and essentially in a state of riot. Multiple cities are up in arms in protest, and at least one person has been killed by law enforcement, all because the elected leaders in Minnesota did not have the fortitude to stand up for what is right. Instead, they caved when a group of people said, "We're special, and if you don't bend the rules for us, we'll accuse you of discriminating." The results of that are on display for the entire world to see. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Marie Cameron.
10611 West Chapin Avenue, 48 years. I strongly oppose. Thank you.
Just missed the record. Carlos Vidalis. Carlos.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Carlos Vidalis. I live at 10963 West Oleana Drive, and I want to emphasize that I wish you to deny this appeal, and in fact, I wish to call enforcement to remove this business from the land. I think that this is ample evidence that they are a medical facility. You can give me the next slide. And they simply chose to call themselves a residential facility because they perhaps thought it would be easier to elbow their way into this residential area instead of going to a commercial facility where they belong. If you give me the next slide, please. One thing that I found on the website is that they have something they call a taxonomy code. I checked it out. The name includes the word residential in it. It's a psychiatric residential treatment facility. If you read the description of the facility, it says this is where we treat children and adolescents, no adults. But the first thing that the council here said about the kind of people, the class of people they admit to the facility is not minors, definitely not minors. They say it on their detailed letters. He said it here during his presentation. He said in the appeal letter that they don't accept minors, but their taxonomy is for minors. So I'm hoping to give you a little more information about why this is a medical facility. If you can please go to the next one. It's a medical facility that should be considered for a commercial C1, C2, C3, whatever. The first thing is that there's the website. They call themselves on the website an alcohol and drug rehabilitation facility. And they take all sort of medical insurance. I am not aware that people give residential insurance so that you can go pay for residences unless there's a catastrophic for a fire or something like that. So the fact that they accept medical insurance and they call themselves drug abuse, and by the way, that's what they used to call themselves before the neighborhood meeting. That neighborhood meeting was very interesting. They got a backlash, and it was after the neighborhood meeting that they began calling themselves a residential facility. It was also at the neighborhood meeting that they found out that they have septic tank on the land. So much for doing the due diligence. They didn't know. The neighbors had to inform them that they didn't have a sewer system in there. Give me the next slide, please. So there is a lot of things that he has said. There was a long list of medical practitioners, medical professionals that were going to be servicing the patients in this facility. And here's a couple of things that I picked up too. In their appeal letter, they say certain things that are completely opposite to a residential facility, and they overlap the description of a medical facility. And so some of those are the things. Give me the next slide, please. Like Mr. Frank says before too, this is not a residential facility. I've been to residential facilities with my elderly relatives. I go to my uncle and he says, "Hey, let's go out." I go anytime I want. And they say, "Let's go out," and we'll go straight to the liquor store, and we come back with a couple of bottles of liquor for him to have, while he's in the residence. You could do that here. And okay, so I simply want to say, not to abuse your time, that please, this is a medical facility. They are trying to represent themselves as a residential facility, but they are not. Any questions?
Any questions? You have your slides are for the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sherry Glenn.
Sherry Glenn, I have lived at 1120 Valley Heights Court for 50 years. I oppose.
You tied the record. John Glenn.
John Forrest Glenn. I oppose, and I've lived at the same address she has.
Okay. Betty Berman Solo.
I want to say, Mark, here spends 52 years.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Betty Berman Solo, and my address is 1970 South Cananera Way, Boise. And I've been a home health physical therapist for over 30 years, living in Southwest Boise. And for many of those years, I have been very concerned about development that has occurred further away from critical infrastructure, usually found closer to the city of Boise. In this case, fire and emergency services have been a concern of mine. And when someone's heart stops, you typically have 4 to 5 minutes to resuscitate with a favorable outcome. According to Google, the residential care facility on Chapin Avenue is a 10-minute drive, and that time is really from the Meridian Fire Department off from Eagle Road, and that 10 minutes is only going to be swayed when you don't have traffic situation in a rural community. For this reason, I oppose placing a vulnerable population at the Chapin location. And even a rezone to commercial is not going to change the fact that we have problems getting around even now because of inadequacies with traffic. So that location is not the right place for a treatment facility. So I urge the commissioners to oppose this or even considering any kind of a rezone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Drew Torrey.
Drew Torrey, 7619 South Cowan Street. I oppose.
Thank you. Anthony Hollinger.
Tony Holtheiser, 7110 South Woodland Q, I oppose.
Thank you. Cheryl Schneidmuller.
Cheryl Schneidmuller, 11230 West Valley Heights Court. I oppose.
Thank you. Margaret Kierenstead.
Margaret Kirsten, 11230 West Valley Heights Court, 52 years.
Oh, you have the record. Thank you, Margaret. Carol Vidalis.
Just a second here.
Good evening, my name's Carol Vidalis, 10963 West Oleana Drive, Boise. I ask that you deny this appeal. Next slide. Statements by Development Services, the applicants and applicant's attorney have contained inconsistencies. The lack of clear and consistent testimony and supporting documentation is confusing and cause for a lack of trust. Skip the next 2 slides, please. At the P&Z hearing, 25th of September, Commissioner Rowley asked if the applicant was properly licensed. B. Danielson responded, "I believe so, yes." Next slide. The findings of fact for this appeal state that Section 8-5-3-95 of Ada County Code requires the owner of the facility to maintain a license from Idaho Department of Health and Welfare Facility Standards Division. Then notes that the applicant's proposed use is not licensed by said Idaho department. Next slide. Has any license been applied for? Why is conclusive information on licensing not included in the findings of fact? Next. If no medical services are provided, why were neighbors told at the neighborhood meeting that there is a clinical team, a medical team, and a consulting physician? Next. Before the sale of 11101 West Chapin was even registered as pending, a national provider identifier had been secured by Breaking the Cycle LLC as a substance abuse rehabilitation facility at 11101 West Chapin, Boise. Next. Sometime between late February and April, Breaking the Cycle LLC changed the MPI primary code to Psychiatric Residential Treatment Facility and moved substance abuse rehab to a secondary code. Next. At the September P&Z hearing, Commissioner Wickstrom asked why a staff member had to follow residents into the backyard. The attorney stated this was the applicant's way of trying to address concerns heard at the neighborhood meeting. Next. Actually, the neighborhood meeting kicked off with a prepared statement read by M. Harris and J. Jalowich, which noted that no residents are permitted outdoors without staff present. No neighbors' concerns or questions were even voiced until after that prepared statement had been read. Next. Lastly, the testimony at the P&Z hearing noted that whereas both the applicant and Development Services reported the back and sides were surrounded by a 6-foot privacy fence, the actual fence was 3-foot chain link. Nonetheless, both Development Services and the applicant repeated that same 6-foot fully fenced back and side yard assertion in the findings of facts and appeal letter for this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Carol? Thank you. Now, we have those documents for the record, do we not? Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I'll tell you too, I actually have a recording on my computer of that neighborhood meeting. If there's something you want to hear before
Well, if you want to submit it for the record, feel free to do that.
I think someone already has.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca Caterin? Hello, is you Rebecca?
Yes,
Okay, did you want to?
I live at 11302 West Valley Heights Court, Boise, Idaho. And I oppose.
Okay, we got that. I'm sorry, I just can't. Kim Ash? Is that- There, 10845 West Chapin Avenue? Okay.
1845 Chapin Avenue.
Yes. You're Joe? What's your name?
Joseph
Okay, Joe. Joe, and your last name?
Angle, A-N-G-L-E.
Okay, I can sort of see the Joe, but did you want to say something?
No, I just oppose.
Okay, and was there a Kim or something with you as well?
Oh, Trevor Engel, my handwriting.
Okay, yes.
10845 West Chapin, I oppose.
Okay, you're both opposed, okay. Okay, now, I have to admit, I've looked at both sides of every paper, and I can't see any other names, and I'm sorry if I didn't look at both sides before, but I think we've got everybody that's signed up. Is there anybody in here that has signed up that didn't get a chance to speak? Okay, everybody signed up, all right. Okay, now we'll give the appellant 5 minutes for a rebuttal. Need more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise. Multiple comments about consistency with this application, and I want to read our neighborhood meeting notice just real quick into the record. We invite you to a neighborhood meeting being held in connection with a land use application for a conditional use permit on the southwest corner of Chapin and Carson. A map of the property is below. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the specific applications that will be sought by the applicant. At this time, the application being sought is a conditional use permit for a residential care facility that would provide short-term, usually 28 days or less, adult behavioral health care for up to 16 residents in a structured and therapeutic setting. The home will have 24/7 awake staffing to provide continuous supervision and care. The home will not admit residents with untreated behavioral issues or criminal records that would make them unsuitable for therapeutic care in a residential environment. I would submit that that is precisely what we're asking for tonight and that we've been consistent throughout. One of the findings you have to make relative to a CUP is whether adequate public facilities or private facilities, such as utilities, quote, are or shall be provided for the proposed use. That factor clearly goes to the septic issue. And what we're asking you to do tonight is condition this approval on Central District Health approving our incinerator system. They have not approved our system yet, and I don't think that we asserted they did. They said they would submit a system as we had designed once this body approved a CUP. To be clear, we're not asking for a rezone tonight to commercial, and Central District Health has not required a rezone to commercial. Central District Health views the occupancy from their regulations for this use as commercial. But there is no rezone required for our use. Again, this is conditionally allowed in the R6 zone. Central District Health has never provided any comments to the applicant or to our engineer that our current system is undersized for the use. The current system was applied for in 2014 by the prior owner named Cameron Brown. That application asserted the home at the time, before this home was there, was 9 bedrooms. That's where that 9-bedroom number comes from. That's not something we ever asserted. It was from the prior septic system permit. So we're open, Commissioner Davidson, to conditions of approval that you think make this more suitable and more compatible. Fencing is an easy one. We have a gazebo. We're happy to relocate that gazebo more centrally to the yard. But yeah, we want to be a good neighbor. We want to make this compatible and work well with our neighbors. I want to speak a little bit to the residential issue, the residing. And I think the first thing I would say is, handicapped human beings are not, a bird refuge. And the difference is that folks that would use this home are protected, again, under the Federal Fair Housing Act. So in 1968, we passed the Federal Fair Housing Act, and it had a bit of a trickle-down effect. States all over the country adopted regulations to otherwise comply. Idaho was one of those states, and they adopted Idaho Code 676531, which we looked at on our slide earlier. But just before that, they adopted a statement of purpose. Again, I want to read into the record. So the Declaration of Purpose. The legislature declares that it is the policy of this state that persons with disabilities or elderly persons are entitled to live in a residential surrounding and should not be excluded therefrom because of their disability or advanced age. And in order to achieve statewide implementation of such policy, it is necessary to establish the statewide policy that the use of a property for the care of 8 or fewer persons with disabilities or elderly persons is a residential use of such property for the purposes of local zoning. So again, we're squarely under the Federal Fair Housing Act and squarely under Idaho law, which says that 8 people or less is a residential use, and there is no required duration of stay. The only thing that the Federal Fair Housing Act doesn't cover is transient stays. So places like Interfaith Sanctuary, where people may stay 1 or 2 days. Courts have held, yes, that is not covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act, but stays as short as 14 days for drug rehabilitation centers have been held to be covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act. And lastly, you have really smart staff, really smart attorneys at the county. They obviously agree that the Federal Fair Housing Act applies in this instance based on staff report and the proposed findings. Real quick on the taxonomy codes, the NPI stuff, there is no perfect fit for this facility. Those are billing codes essentially for insurance purposes. The ones we picked are the closest ones that describe the use. There is no perfect fit. Again, I want to highlight no service providers have raised any concerns about response times. ACHD did provide a comment that it did not view this use as a change in use, so they had no conditions or comment. And lastly, there is no licensing that is required for an adult behavioral health care facility like this one. Happy to stand for any questions if you have any. But again, we would ask that you reverse the denial of the commission and approve this CUP.
All right, well, I've got a couple of questions, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well. One, it was presented to us that the Central District Health say this incinerator thing is only used to be used in a commercial zone. Is that correct?
Chairman Beck, if you could pull the slide up, that'd be great, Brent. But no, sir, there is no zoning change that is required. Again, Central District Health views the occupancy of this residence from their regulations based on the amount of flow as a commercial level of flow versus residential.
Okay, and I'd understand that the Central District Health would not pre-approve an incinerator system. I mean, so they're saying they won't even take the application until the conditional use permit is offered. Is that correct?
Precisely, sir.
And then if there's a condition of approval that be done, that you couldn't start operating until your incinerator system had been installed.
Chairman Beck, that's correct. I think there's, we could maybe disagree about whether it's already been approved or conditionally approved, but at the end of the day, your staff has proposed a condition that draws a line in the sand, and it functionally says, until it's installed, inspected, and working, you can't increase occupancy.
Okay, and one of my last questions, you just read a section of Idaho Code dealing with fair housing, and it said 8 or fewer, if I heard you right. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And you read that from the law?
Yes, sir.
How does that, tell me how that fixes in with 16?
Oh, yes. Okay, so that goes, Chairman Beck, I apologize. The assertion, I think, by several members of the public here is that this use, whether it's 5 people or 20 people, isn't covered by the Fair Housing Act. And what I'm trying to say is that the state has determined that people in need of care, handicapped persons, can reside together at up to 8 people, and it's deemed a single-family residential use because of the Fair Housing Act.
So how does that get into 16?
Good question. So I think again, the point I'm trying to make is that, one, we're not operating illegally today. Again, that was an assertion that was made. But two, the Fair Housing Act applies to these people. The number is irrelevant.
Why'd they put it in the law then? I'm just curious. They put 8 or fewer. I don't get that. Maybe you can elucidate.
Sure. Yeah, again, so 8 or fewer is a very common number throughout the United States, and it's deemed a single-family residential use. So in any residential zone, no permit is required, and that is just a use that is allowed as a matter of right. And again, that's because they're protected by the Federal Fair Housing Act. So the Federal Fair Housing Act doesn't allow you to exceed 8 as a matter of right, but the people and the use is still covered. So that's where the reasonable accommodation comes into play.
Okay, other questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but, when I hear descriptions of the Federal Fair Housing Act, I envision a reasonable interpretation. I wouldn't necessarily think of a facility like this. You would kind of think of, again, using the word disability, you think of, people with, physical disabilities, wheelchair access, that type of thing. I don't think, and from hearing all the neighbors' testimony, they're coming at it from maybe a reasonable interpretation of the statute that, these mental or behavioral health issues that have a 28-day or less stay isn't what was contemplated by people with disabilities who legitimately need a place to live. And so I'm really trying to square and there may be, you know, Supreme Court cases or federal district court cases that expand on those definitions. But just kind of from a reasonable view, you wouldn't think that this type of facility would be in what's contemplated by the Federal Fair Housing Act, especially with the short term. You think, well, people with disabilities need a place to live for the rest of their lives. And we're talking about short-term treatment. So maybe you could expand on that and tell me if you feel that you've adequately briefed or submitted legal authorities in the record for your position, or if you would feel the need to expand on that and submit more.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson. So just reading verbatim, so the definition of handicap from the Federal Fair Housing Act. So handicap means with respect to a person, a physical or mental impairment which limits one or more of such person's major life activity. So it clearly does apply to not just physical disabilities, but mental disabilities as well. So someone that suffers from PTSD or trauma and is having a hard time living on their own, just general, you know, cooking, cleaning, care, this would apply to them.
What about alcoholism or drug addiction? Would that be included?
So active substance abuse, so addiction and use of illegal drugs is not protected. So that's why it's very important that we're treating folks that aren't currently using drugs or alcohol.
And so do you feel the courts have adequately addressed those definitions? Do you have you feel solid authority for your side?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I do. I think, again, that certainly the folks here and the behavioral health issues that they're seeking treatment for are covered under the definition of handicap. And I also believe that the length of stay is adequate for them to reside. I mean, they live there, they have their, you know, their clothes, they receive mail there. Those are all the things that typically people think of as residing. And again, courts have held that even shorter stays have been protected.
Well, I've dealt with the legal definition of residency in terms of election issues where the courts say, well, you have to be registered to vote at your primary residence, and primary residence is the place you intend to return to even after a lengthy stay somewhere else. And if I would use that definition in this case, I would say it probably doesn't apply, but do you have other rationale why a 28-day stay would still be considered residence under this?
I do, and I mean, I think Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I think the purpose of our state laws as it relates to voting or sex offender registration, right, is so that people don't pervert the system, right? You can't move somewhere for a week and vote in a district where it's, you know, a swing district, for instance. But again, the purpose of the Fair Housing Act is to provide all types of housing, not just, you know, housing for the rest of your life, but housing that disabled people need, whether it's for 2 weeks or 2 years. So I think that's why those definitions aren't apples to apples.
Then I had a question about, you know, you're submitting the condition that if people are in the backyard, a staff member needs to be out there, and that's great, you included that. But just from a practical standpoint, it seems tough if you only have a couple staff member there. Like if people are in the yard and inside, staff can only be in one place at one time. So is that difficult to manage?
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I don't think it's been difficult to manage of yet. And I think typically the way it works is it's sort of program time, right? It's like, you know, now we're going to go outside as a group. Again, a lot of this is group therapy, the talk therapy. It's not just led by the providers and staff, but they try to organize scenarios where the residents talk to one another as well. That's part of the treatment.
You don't really have to answer this, but if you can, you know, just I'm sure your company's run into this before where neighborhoods are pretty opposed to this type of situation. I mean, is there any reason why they want to deal with all this headache instead of, you know, as the neighbor suggested, find a location in a commercial zone?
Yeah,
I know you're representing them, you're not the company, but.
No, I think Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I wrote that member of the public's comment down and I decided not to address it, but I appreciate the question. I mean, I think, one, lots of evidence to suggest that living in a single-family residential neighborhood like this is beneficial from a therapeutic standpoint. That's why we have the Federal Fair Housing Act, right? So we didn't put all these disabled people in one place. There's a benefit to living in a community. Two, that this is a great location for this. I mean, there's not a lot of nice environments with newly remodeled houses on 0.5 acres with huge setbacks on a corner lot. I mean, it's a good location for it.
So, I mean, it sounds like the residents are not even really supposed to interact with the community. I don't know if that's the hospital's rule or that's just the understanding, but it sounds like you don't want them talking to the neighbors and the neighbors don't want them talking to them. Like they don't, part of being in the community you'd think is kind of interacting with the community, but it sounds like the intent is really to separate them.
Well, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Davidson, I think so far, I mean, in a perfect world, it would be more of a better interaction, but so far what we've experienced has been pretty negative. It's, calling the police, pictures of the residents on our property, things that make it actually difficult to get better when you feel like you have a mental health issue and people are watching you and recording you.
All right. Go ahead.
I guess I'd like to focus on because I just was going back through all my notes, and one of the primary things is the residential versus commercial. And the allegations that were made were like the billing codes, the website, the time there, the application process, all convey not residential but commercial. So can you speak to that, residential versus commercial?
Sure. Yes, Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley. So again, we think we do fit directly in the definition of residential care facility, which is essentially, living in a home, getting your food, cooking your meals, and having care provided to you for some issue. So we're meeting that definition. This is not commercially zoned property, and we're not asking for a commercial rezone or use. This is a use that's conditionally allowed already in the residential zone. So I guess that would be my answer to that. And as it relates to the website, again, multiple facilities are advertised on Icarus's Idaho website. But for this process, we would typically not, publicize where they are for safety of our community. And so there are many more other facilities and homes that are operating without needed permits. And so that's why it may be confusing to the public about what could be provided at this home. But again, just behavioral talk therapy is provided here, no medical care.
Then again, the Central District Health and the sewer system, their statement says commercial, so I guess it's chicken and egg. Do we approve, if we don't approve it as commercial, as a temporary use, then they won't do the approve? I'm trying to figure out which comes first.
So I think Exhibit 90. So this email is from August. Subsequent to that, in September, same staff person, Lori Badigan, submitted a comment letter that says, the only septic system allowed for this use is a whole house incinerator system. The permit must be obtained, system installed, inspected, and approved before an increase in occupancy. So that's the last and final statement from Central District Health. I included the email just to show the dialogue that the applicant had been having to create, to show that we'd worked with them after the initial denial to find a solution. But no, they aren't expecting you to rezone our property to commercial. They're just waiting for a CUP to be approved.
Okay, I guess I'm still not clear on that, but I guess some of the information, we still have to go back and read and hear some other information, but then the whole incinerator system, there were some allegations as far as, the ground nitrate area, the air quality, some of that. Have you delved into that in terms of what that would mean in terms of the community itself? And I know that's a Central District Health issue, not yours, and once they certify it, it's not your,
Yeah.
you don't have the responsibility to do that, but in terms of feeling how you're going to do that.
Sure. Chairman Beck and Commissioner Daly, just to go back one step to your last question, so if there is still confusion, again, about the commercial versus non-commercial, again, I would submit that that's maybe not pertinent here because at the end of the day, we have the condition of approval. That's the backstop. So if Central District Health feels like we don't have the commercial entitlement that we need, we wouldn't be able to move forward. And so I think the county is protected, the neighbors are protected in terms of not exceeding the 8 until the system is in and functional. To answer your next question, again, and if you want more answer, I'm happy to bring Joe up, but this is an improvement from an environmental groundwater standpoint. Everything is a trade-off, right? You may trade groundwater protection for some air pollution, but at the end of the day, this system is approved for use by Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, so they've determined that it's environmentally safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to install it. So Central District Health is under the umbrella of DEQ, and DEQ allows this type of system.
And I'm sure there's, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure there's a lot more that we've read a lot of and listened to a lot, so we're going to have to go back and do some of that, some more of that. But I appreciate it. I think those are all my questions at this point.
Okay, well, there was one thing that was brought up that I didn't hear you address in your rebuttal, but it just troubles me a little bit, and that's this notion of your tenants. Could I call them a tenant or a resident? Your residents using profane language that is in the earsight of young children or even other adults. What kind of mechanism or procedure are you going to put in place that would prevent that?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman Beck. I mean, we spoke about that as well. I think, we're new facility, want to make it run seamlessly. Like I said to Commissioner Davidson, I think additional fencing on that back property line to sort of beef up the sound barrier there, relocating some of the outdoor seating facilities to more centrally in the yard. I think all those things could help in terms of some sound mitigation.
Okay, any other questions from the commission?
Well, I guess part of this relates to the government versus residential. It's the impact on the public services of the community are part of that consideration as well, whether it's police, it's fire, it's roads, parking, all of those kinds of things are, so you feel you've adequately addressed all of those issues in terms of the way you're planning, increasing the 8 to the 16, you have a wherewithal to deal with all of that.
Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daly, yes, we believe that, we meet the criteria as it relates to public service providers. And again, we want to get this project approved. We think it's important for the community. And if there are things that this board wants to specifically see, I mean, we want to have that discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I have a question for staff. There's some items that we suggested we might listen to at a later date. If I close this public hearing, are we able to listen to those items? That's my question right now.
We believe so, yes.
Yeah. So we could close the public hearing, and we can table, if we table this, we can close the public hearing, because we've got a lot of information to digest here. And I think, do you have some additional documents you need to add to the record?
Mr. Chairman, we have quite a few additional documents there into the
Okay, well,
record.
Let's do that then.
Okay, so exhibit number 26A will be my presentation. Exhibit number 27A will be Mr. Bauer's presentation. Exhibit number 28A will be Will Stoy's presentation. Exhibit number 29A will be Jenny Stoy's presentation. Exhibit number 30 was the audio that didn't work, which was presented by Bill. Exhibit number 31 was Anna Piston's presentation. Exhibit number 32 is Morgan, I apologize if I mispronounced last names. So Morgan Lutkin's presentation. Exhibit number 33A is Ron Piston's presentation. Exhibit number 34A is Shirley's presentation. Exhibit number 35A was going to be Larry Blasie's audio file. Exhibit number 36 is the CCNRs that were submitted by Larry Blasie. Exhibit number 37A is the job postings submitted by Erica Bermasolo. Exhibit number 38A is Joe Whitsitt's PowerPoint presentation. Exhibit number 39A is Vonda Whitsitt's documents. Exhibit number 40A is Sherry Turner's letter. Exhibit number 41A is Carlos Vidalis' presentation. And exhibit number 42A is Carol Vidalis's presentation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Carol Vidalis indicated that she had a recording as well, but she thought it was the same as somebody else's. Is that, is Carol still here?
It was a recording of the neighborhood meeting, I believe.
Yes, and I wanted to know that. Is that recording in the neighborhood? She said she submitted it to you.
So, Mr.
So I
Chairman,
haven't submitted it, I think maybe Jenny.
It's on the it was on the USB I gave you initially.
Okay, as long as it's in there, that's all. I wanted to make sure it was in there.
On tonight's and the previous.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so it was submitted, when the conditional use master site plan went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, it was submitted as in the application. So all the exhibits and past documents for the conditional use master site plan are also included as exhibits in this project. So it's one of the original exhibits in the conditional use master site plan.
Thank you. I just want, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I want to make sure we had that in the record so we can listen to it.
Okay, then, so before I close the public hearing, I want the commission, is there any other document or a video or audio that we don't have submitted that you'd like to have submitted? Everything's there?
Mr. Chairman, I'll bring up the screen. So I know just a second here. So there were a number of documents that Mr. and Mrs. Stoy had submitted. So it'll be just a second while I get there. So she had these right here. So I would say maybe if they want all these entered into the record, we probably need to do that right at the moment. So I unfortunately don't have, I'll have to kind of go through and if we can just include them in the record, then I would provide exhibit numbers at a later date, if that would be okay.
It's okay, you can provide the exhibit numbers at a later date, but as long as they are added to the file and we have them to review.
Yep, we can add those, yes.
Mr. Chairman, since we have a lot of recordings coming from the opposition, I didn't know if the applicant had anything like that that they wanted to submit for the record as well.
I don't think they heard Mr. Chairman. I don't believe they heard you.
I just asked the question if you had any, since the other people were submitting recordings, if you had any recordings that you were interested in submitting.
Okay. All right, well, if we have that cleared up, I will close the public hearing on application 202500455A, Vicarious Behavioral Health. The application, the hearing being closed, the issue is before the commission. I'm going to suggest that we table this for a while. I'm going to suggest February 3rd. We've got a lot of material to go through, and the difference in the Planning and Zoning Commission decision and our decision is the next appeal is to a court, and we want to try and avoid that if we can. And so we need to go through all the information, and there's a lot more information. There's a lot of information, and we haven't had the same degree of intense study that our staff has had, and so we're going to, I wouldn't feel comfortable making a decision at this point, but I would, and we have lots of material to go over, because we want to get this right. And so I'm going to suggest February 3rd unless somebody else has a better suggestion.
Does staff have a different suggestion?
You know, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's up to you, you know, depending on how much time you'd like to review the record, but February 3rd is an option.
Well, that's an open business.
That is an open business meeting. There's also February 10th.
Yeah. I think it's up to the staff. I think the 3rd would be fine. But if we're not through, then we can table it again.
That's right. If we don't feel comfortable in having reviewed it enough, we can.
Okay. So, yeah.
I'll just say, I think we had a really good hearing tonight. I'm glad that everybody who showed up had an opportunity to present. I'll just give a couple thoughts before somebody makes a motion, but my sense of this is that it does feel like a commercial treatment center trying to move into a residential area. I mean, just on its face, that is kind of what it feels like. But, you know, of course, the devil is in the details, and we're dealing with the federal fair housing laws. And so a lot of this is really going to come down to what the U.S. Supreme Court, what federal district courts have ruled on these, you know, really technical definitions. And I really appreciate everybody kind of delving into, you know, the definitions of words and really examining the legal aspect of this. I didn't hear anything which I felt was discriminatory to people seeking treatment. I think everybody here recognized that people need mental health treatment. It's very much needed in this country, and we do want to find a place for these people. But really, you know, the question I think the neighbors are raising is this the appropriate venue? So again, I think a lot of legal statements have been made, and so I think it's up to us to do our due diligence to really sink into you know, what the courts have said and really focus on these definitions and what they mean under law. Because again, we have to be careful. We want to protect everyone's rights. And as Commissioner Beck said, the next appeal is to court, and we'd like to avoid that for both sides. But again, we have to do our due diligence. Other counties have not done so well. If you've been here for a while, maybe you heard of several years ago, Boise County. Little rural Boise County had a similar issue in front of them where they denied a similar type of facility. The resulting federal lawsuit, which they lost, bankrupted the county. I mean, literally bankrupted the county. And so, again, we want to be very, very certain that we're following the Constitution and respecting everyone's rights. So I think tabling this to really delve into the legal of this would be appropriate.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to add, I want to thank everyone here for your presentation. I mean, it's been a respectful and a well thought out presentation from both sides, and I want to thank everyone here for doing that, because we don't always get that. Sometimes I have to use my gavel. I didn't have to use it once tonight, so I want to thank everybody for that. I appreciate it, because this is a public hearing, and we need to respect each other, and I think everyone here did, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to follow up, I'll take the opportunity, because I'm the one that on the America 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence. What we experience here is an example of what our founders gave us, and that's and I will quote one of my favorite people, Alexis de Tocqueville, who said, "The magic of America is he spent 18 months going around what was in the United States in the 1830 and 31." Finding out what made America unique, what it is, and he said it was the way we sufficiently empowered people to be part of their government. So thank you for participating in your government, and we're celebrating that next year, the Declaration of Independence, when we decided to to have a government that was more people-focused. So thank you for being that. And what we do in the end, we go through a very robust, very complicated, difficult, time-consuming, and robust decision-making process. But in the end, when that decision's made, we feel comfortable in knowing that all the issues were put on the table, adequately considered, and then the decision was made, and we move on and make things work with that decision. So thank you for all helping us do that, because we couldn't do it without your help. So thank you. And if you're ready for a motion, I'll give one.
I've been ready for a motion, yes.
For 3 hours, huh? So I move that we table application 2025-00455-A Icarus Behavioral Health to the February 3rd open business meeting to allow us time to consider all the information we received tonight, planning and zoning's documentation, and staff's documentation, so we can put all those pieces together and make it a final decision.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm going to make it clear that the public hearing has been closed, so we won't accept any additional information, but we will consider all the information in the file, just so that's clear. So, anyway, well, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, awesome neighbors.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.